Ali has been given out LBW. Oh, he's going to review it. I reckon the best option is umpire's call.
Yeah.
Red, umpire's call. He's got it. That was really tight. Jimmy Anderson's 599th Test wicket. Well, good morning everybody, wherever you're listening to us. I suspect you've probably got exactly the same as we have here. Driving wind and rain on the last day of Test match cricket for this summer. What a shame. It was fit for play, and so clearly with the rain still coming down, you can work out for yourselves what the prospects, I suspect, of play are going to be here today. We've got lots lined up to entertain you though, so please don't go away. Not least, of course, it's a year ago to the day that Ben Stokes was the Headingley hero, and so too was Jack Leach, and he'll be joining us as we look back on that extraordinary day up at Headingley. Well, the whole game was amazing, wasn't it? So we're going to have that from about 11 o'clock-ish. And 12 o'clock is when Jack's going to join us. Glenn McGrath, we can pull his leg a little bit, can't we, about all of that? The review, he was so cross. Do you remember about the review that he thought Australia shouldn't take? They did. They burned off their last review and didn't have one available, and surely Stokes would have been LBW. So all of that is to come. We'll have a weather forecast for you as well, but I'm not sure we really need one because it's horrible, Tuffers.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Francis has struck, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you the weather forecast, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's absolutely foul out there, isn't it?
It is.
And the wind. The one thing that might save us is the wind, that it's sort of pushing it through.
Gets through quickly.
Yeah, because it is blowing a gale. But I mean, it arrived last night, didn't it? And it's still here.
But even if it stopped now, it's a 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock-ish start.
Yes.
Look, we're rambling. We don't know. I know a man that does.
Oh, yes.
Simon King, cheer us up.
Hello.
Can you somehow?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, as you're talking about there, Storm Francis moved in last night.
You had to think long and hard about that.
Yeah, I did. I mean, 25 millimetres of rainfall fell through the night and over the last few hours. So, you know, we're talking a lot of water.
Yes.
And that's all going to have to be cleared away. And it's still raining at the moment. And certainly we've got some showers, some drizzle still hanging towards the west. I mean, the rain itself probably really won't clear away until about lunchtime. And then it'll be a case of the clear up, really. And then as we go through the afternoon, there is still a risk of a shower or two, but it certainly becomes drier as the day goes on, and there'll be some sunny spells developing as well, so that might help things on a little bit. And as Tough as was saying, there's a strong wind, you know, that may help clear things up again.
Yes.
But you know, I think it's a case of the fact that the forecast is getting better as the day goes on. It's going to get drier, it'll get brighter, it'll still stay very windy. But I think it's all down to the ground staff and how quickly they can get things going.
Any thoughts on when this main rain is going to go?
The main rain has cleared, so what we're left now with is just the straggling showers and drizzle, really, and it's quite fragmented now already. So there is quite a big batch of it, and that's kind of all the way back towards Dorchester. So I imagine in the next hour or an hour and a half, this kind of straggly rain may clear away. And then things getting a bit better from then onwards, but still, as this is the risk of the odd shower on that strong wind.
All right, so well, look, many thanks. It's an unplayable lie for you today, I think, because it's just horrible, isn't it? But thank you for that update. So we can see for ourselves. It is drizzly stuff, and it's blowing in on this very strong wind that has changed direction. The rain had been coming, I've talked the last few days, sort of 2 o'clock as we look at it, but actually now it's coming more from 9 o'clock. It's just coming straight across the ground. The seagulls are loving it, and that big gull from yesterday has been joined by some friends, family maybe, and they've come for a day out here because it's perfect for them. Another one's landing as we speak, actually. There's maybe a dozen of them. Here comes another. The word's got out. But it's lovely. Go to the GS Bowl, everybody, because you can slosh around there I suppose, well, there's no fish yet here for them to eat, but who knows, if this rain continues, it might be. I saw fish on the outfield in Guyana once.
Yes.
Were you there that
yes,
time?
it's below sea level, isn't it? That's
was.
right, flapping about.
And the old border cricket ground.
That's it.
The press box there, we can't really call it a press box, it was open, and it was actually on like sort of raised slats because of the water coming up, because yes, it is below sea level, and you have to close the gates, don't you? And if it rains and the gates are closed, the dam gates, everywhere floods, but there were literally fish swimming around where we were sitting, and because they all come out of the dikes and on the outfield, and because Peter Willey, a dear friend of mine, was such a rain enthusiast, I remember taking a picture and sending it to him, actually fish on the outfield. But I think we played quite shortly afterwards. But so we haven't quite reached that stage here, but my words, it is miserable.
Yeah, if this is the rain that if
It is miserable.
Yeah, if this is the rain that if he thinks it's not raining, it is raining. I know it is that miserly stuff, but it is still coming down. But then hopefully not the big drops. But it's miserable.
It's just not going to dry. That's part of the problem. So as I say, we have got lots of things, particularly the Headingley match that we're going to talk about and relive and savour. Because it was such an incredible day a year ago. Can you believe it? A year ago today. So as I mentioned, Jack Leach is going to join us.
Beautiful sunny day, wasn't it?
Yeah,
hot. It was really hot.
It was. We can tease Glenn McGrath, all sorts of things. So that's all to come. Now, one of the interesting things here, of course, Tuffers, is the World Test Championship.
Well, yes. Which
we're just getting to grips with, really, aren't we? We're not necessarily totally au fait with how it all works, and we're going to have to pay more attention to that. But definitely before the Test Championship, you felt that people are sort of off we go. 1-0 up, we've won the series, thanks very much. And Joe Rootmiller said, look, if it's too wet, that'll be it. But of course it's different now, because each game has the points to take with it for each win and so on that counts in the points table of the World Test Championship. So it's a good thing that there is more on every game. So who knows? I mean, 5:30 this afternoon. If something miraculous happens.
And I think that is the case that is it the case? Well, I have to ask Andy this. Is it the case that if England win this, they can go second?
It is something like that. And of course, Australia and India and England all play each other. Over the course of the next. Well, we don't play Australia, but Australia play India and we play India.
I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing because it just things like today. You know what I mean? People are still playing for things.
Exactly.
People are still playing for points. If you're 2-0 down in a 3-match series, well, come on, let's go and win the last one because who knows what might happen. So
it might be that Joe Root says no. We need to stay here, and if we can get 25-30 overs in, who knows?
I mean, how many wickets?
The 8 wickets.
8 wickets. I mean, it's going to be tough, but only 8 balls.
Exactly. 5 o'clock start. So who knows? Anyway, Andy's up with the points and up with the system. Good morning, Andy.
Morning, Agus. Morning, Tuffers. Yes. So. The World Test Championship involves 9 of the 12 Test-playing teams, so not Afghanistan, Ireland and Zimbabwe. The 9 teams involved play series against 6 of the other 8 teams, 3 home, 3 away. Those series are between 2 and 5 matches. So over the scheduled course of the tournament, England were due to play 22 matches, but Sri Lanka only 13. I think I'm right in saying. West Indies are due to play 15, but only 6 at home. South Africa are due to play 16, but 9 at home and 7 away.
See, what I like about this is it's just so straightforward and uncomplicated. You know exactly what's going on.
Easy. I mean, I guess the complication is you're trying to do a tournament over a prolonged period of time in a sport that's sort of fairly fragmented and has all these different formats and countries with different seasons. So it is. I'm not sure there's a correct way to do this, but it is rather confusing. So in each series there's a maximum of 120 points. So in a 2-game series, that's split between the 2 games. So if you win a test in a 2-game series, that's worth 60, whereas in the Ashes last winter, in the scheduled 5-test series England plays with India this winter, each win is only worth 24 points. A draw is basically worth a third of the points of a win. So in this series, a 3-match series, 40 for a win, 13 for a draw.
Can I ask a question? Is it 120 simply because it's divisible by everything?
Yes, I think so. Right, yes. Okay. Although really it should be 13.33, so both sides could be diddled out of a third of a point in this game if you're a real fan of fairness. So anyway, the current situation is that India, who have played 4 series, have 360 points. They've won 3 series and lost 1. They've won 7 of the 9 matches they've played and lost 2 in New Zealand. Australia's second. They played only 3 series, 296 points. England, in their 4th series counting to this championship, are on 279 points. So a win here would take them up to 319, but a draw would leave them just a couple of points behind Australia, 4 points behind Australia on 292. New Zealand's only played 3 series, they're on 180. So as you mentioned, the 2 key series are...
I'm really glad I asked you about that.
Yes. Well, Australia against India, a 4-test series, and India against England, which was slated to be a 5-test series. We don't know how long it'll be, if it will be, where it will be. But those are the two series that look like they'll be decisive in who's going to make it through.
And the final, of course, is still slated for next summer, isn't it?
Yes, if it stopped raining by then.
Yes. Toughest.
Well, on this day a year ago, Ben Stokes played that fantastic innings.
Yes. You want to come back to that, do you? I thought you could offer something on your thoughts on the World Test Championship.
Of course, the most important part of that innings was that it gained England 24 points at the World Test Championship.
No, it is a good thing, as you say, very, very complicated to get your heads around. It all makes sense. It does all make sense.
Has it made sense to you?
Well, no, I'm sure someone knows what it all means.
Yes.
But it is good just for the fact that, like when they brought in points for the draws in county championship.
Yeah.
Because I've played in a few, bad old county games and you knew you were going to lose and the rain was knocking about and what have you. So, I think it's a good idea.
So, just simply, Andy, the difference between England drawing this game and winning this game would mean what for the table?
Well, it's 27-point difference. So England would be second on 319 points.
Yes.
If they win.
If they win.
Yeah.
If they draw, they'll be third on 292 points. But Australia's played one series fewer. So the series still remaining. And obviously COVID has caused havoc with the schedule, numerous series postponed, and so it's hard to say exactly how it's all going to pan out. Australia's due to play a home series with India. They've also due to have an away series in South Africa and a 2-game series in Bangladesh was postponed. England, in their remaining World Test Championship series, they have the away series in India and the 2-game series in Sri Lanka that was postponed at the start of this year and is now being talked about for early next year. So this is England's last home series counting to the World Test Championship. So they're going to have to win away to make it. So it's the top 2 get into the final. The top 2 of the 9 get into the final. That's another thing, perhaps, as they seek to improve the format over future editions, whether there's more teams getting through to playoffs so you don't have 2 teams breaking away at the top. It did look like India and Australia were going to run away with it early on, but India lost in New Zealand and England came back in to draw the Ashes series. So it's closer than it looked like it would be at one stage. Australia, you would think, are favourites, given that they have maybe the slightly easier schedule of the teams left, the teams challenging for the top 2. But England have won, assuming that Pakistan do not fight back to win this game, which is looking like a long shot at the moment. England will have won 3 series in a row. It's the first time they've won 3 series in a row since they won 6 in a row in 2010 and 2011. So England's form line is good, but it will be difficult for them to make the top 2 to displace India or Australia unless they can beat India in the winter.
Yeah, and this is what I quite like about it, because similar to the football, you've got to go away and win now. You can't just go away and sort of like shore up the batting order and play it safe and try and get a draw and come away from India, which is notoriously really hard to win at. You've got to go out there and play positive cricket, perhaps change the balance of sides and things, and I think that's what just brings a little bit of...
And we have seen, being honest, the last matches of difficult tours.
Yes.
I've seen England collapse.
Yeah.
They're tired. They've given everything. Back-to-back tests, hot countries. They're up against it. You have seen teams collapse in that situation, whereas now obviously there's much more riding on it. Fellow there, his umbrella has completely done a Mary Poppins on him, it's absolutely inside out. And I'm looking forward to seeing Isha Guer, because she was on her way to go and start the TV highlights. She'd just done her hair, bless her, and the whole thing went inside out, and she almost took off. It almost took her over the trees. It was a Mary Poppins moment. So she hasn't come back yet. We may never see her again. But that's what it's like here. It's horrible, and I'm sure it is, looking at the map, probably where you're listening to us. So we're all in it together. The seagulls are having fun. There's one there strutting around. So we've got lots coming up, and we're just going to wait until things improve, if they are going to improve, and then we'll know where and when this game is going. So, as promised, we're going to reflect on that magical day at Headingley 12 months ago. Jack Leach will join us, Glenn McGrath, and some others too. But first of all, let's just settle back and hear how the drama unfolded. A victory for Australia would give them the Ashes, and England were surely doomed after being bowled out for 67 in their first innings. We join the action with England on 286 for 9, chasing 359.
Oh, Ben Stokes now, he really do have to start. I wouldn't say crash it to all parts, but he's got to really be smart here and Australia will spread the field, particularly for the first 4 balls of the over. Put mid on the boundary, there's cow corner on the boundary, deep backwards square leg, cover point, cover on the boundary, mid off on the boundary.
What will Stokes do? What can he do?
Well, I think he's so if he can push it for 2s and get back on strike for the first 4 balls, and then on the 5th ball hit a 6, and then on the 6th ball get a single. And I reckon it'll take him about 11 overs to win the game. Dead easy. It's so hard as that. I mean, well, it's very difficult to know what to do in this situation.
Yeah. He's got to have a crack somewhere at line, you would reckon.
Well, I think if it's in his arc, he'll probably try and play that lap slog into cow corner, into the Australian supporters. Get ready down there, you might get a catch.
Here we go. Line around the wicket. Stokes goes back and tries to cut. He misses it. Went through a little low. There are 2 catches behind him and Tim Payne. There's some kind of extra cover. Then the rest are pretty much protecting the boundary in various places. Line comes up to bowl to Stokes, and Stokes plays the reverse sweep. And that must have gone close to bowling him. He goes.
Just look at him, he's just rubbing his right hip. I think he's got a bit of cramp or something in his right hip. He's trying to play the reverse sweep.
Just hit him on the back leg, pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Stokes is 61 lines bowling, and he's forward, easing the ball away straight to extra cover. So that's 3 balls gone in the over. This will be an amazing manipulation of the strike to somehow engineer a last wicket partnership that wins the game. Line dropping them on the spot, bowls again, and he does swing, and he does hit the ball long and strong straight down the ground for 6. Terrific blow by Stokes. 67. He needs about 10 more of those.
Yeah, but it's exactly the right ball. It's a bit straighter, a bit fuller, a bit slower from Nathan Lyon.
Now this is the interesting part. Does Payne draw a few in to stop the single? What will Stokes do? Will he take one? Lyon bowls to Stokes. Stokes goes back and forces the ball away into the covers. He won't take the single that's half on offer towards cover, and there's now 1 ball to come in the over.
Well, surely Australia have got to bring the fielders in. I mean,
so does he go over the top here, or just try and find the strike?
He's got to try and farm the strike.
The 1 savers are in, other than deep mid wicket.
Lyon will fire it wide into that rough.
9 for 292. Ben Stokes trying to get the strike as Nathan Lyon goes in around the wicket. He walks a long way across and finds a gap on the square leg area and collects a run and keeps the strike.
Yeah,
the crowd like that. The game continues.
Yeah, that's not great bowling, that, Jim.
No.
That's exactly the ball that Stokes wants. So just fire it as wide as you can outside off stump. All that field was up on the offside. Just bowls in 1 on length, nice and straight. Thank you very much. Just work it on the onside, keep the strike.
Too easy.
Yeah.
So it'll be Pattinson versus Stokes. So what's his tactics here? He's 68. They still need a lot. 9 for 293. This is a game that intrigues and tantalises you when you have a situation like this.
He's done something to that right hip, that right butt cheek, I think. Something's bothering Ben Stokes. I would think if it's in the slot, he'll try and put it into the terrace. Fancy dress section.
So we're going to have a slip, 2 slips, and the rest everywhere, except I suppose extra covers kind of saving 1. And in fact, Labuschagne's going to be moved from slip to a sort of wide leg slip, almost short fine leg. That's where he's heading now, down to fine leg. So there's Warner at slip. He's pouched 6 catches in this match. There's Pattinson down at the football stand end, and Ben Stokes thinking about what on earth he's going to do. Pattinson runs into him, and he swings well, and it's gone away out towards deep mid wicket, but he didn't get through the field.
Yeah, that's the area he likes.
Picked out Travis Head at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, I think he'll fancy that if the ball's in the slot, he will be able to time it and beat The field is on the boundary. Such a fast outfield.
Yes, you'd still reckon you can bang a 4 here. He's got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, a fine leg, a third man, a deep backward point, a deep cover and a long off. But if he times one, it'll go for 4. Pattinson goes to Stokes. Stokes flashes and misses. There's a sort of appeal from Warner, but not from Payne. That would be an anticlimax if he nicked one to the keeper. You want to go down blazing, wouldn't you? Couple of sixes, caught in the deep maybe.
Caught right on the ropes.
Well, he's made his mind up pretty much that he's got to try somehow to score.
Well, the thing is with pace, if they'd got any kind of bat on that, it'd have flown away. I mean, great chance that it would have gone up to the boundary.
Stokes is 68. England still need to score 66 to win. Pattinson's on his way, and Stokes swings into this and drives it out to deep cover. Doesn't want the single. He's annoyed there that he didn't place that. If he hits it across the square, it probably would have flown to the boundary, but he picked out Wade at deep cover. Now, Leach is coming down to have a word or two.
Well, I think he's saying probably, when are we going to take the single?
Yeah.
It's now the 4th ball. We just wants a bit of an indicator.
Pattinson at the football end is on his way again. Where can Stokes place it? Nowhere. It's a wide. That is a wide. It's so wide outside the off stump. Pattinson saw the threat of Stokes about to cuff him somewhere and bowled very wide. So that's one less England need now. 65.
What an atmosphere we've had in here. I don't remember a test day starting at 11 o'clock with the ground already full. Don't get that too often, Jim. Usually about 12 o'clock it gets filled up, but today at 11 o'clock completely full.
Now he wants a new bat. Signalling to the English dressing room to take a new stick. Something's happened there, and he's having a chat with Tim Payne and David Warner.
I think the handle's gone.
Yeah. So today, England have lost root early on. Caught bat pad. Warner had slipped. Superb catch from Lyon for 77. Then after lunch, just when things were brewing in the hope of England knocking these runs off, Bairstow caught by Labuschagne off Hazelwood for 36. Buttler run out. Direct hit from head underarming to the bowler's end when it was a yes and a sorry go back. Didn't happen. Buttler run out for 1. Woakes caught by Wade at mid-off, extra cover from Hazelwood for 1. Archer swung once too often and was caught by Head, who positioned himself well on the rope to take it and balance himself and complete the catch. And then Broad was palpably LBW to Pattinson for a duck. So he's got a new stick, and we've got still 3 more balls to come in this over. 9 for 294. The game lingers along here. Stokes in control, mainly. Pattinson trying to unseat him, runs in now. Bowls to Stokes, who chases a short ball. He wants 2 here. He's clipped it out square of the wicket, and he's running back for a second as Lyon throws on the bounce to the bowler's end, and it's gone through Pattinson and is backed up out there. Otherwise, there could have been a bonus 4 runs.
We've seen that before, Jim.
Yes. When Stokes is batting. 2 to Stokes.
Not quite that tense yet.
63 needed. Stokes is 70. This is like watching the early stages of Alan Border and Jeff Thompson in Melbourne all those years ago. What a partnership that was that almost grabbed the game. Pattinson it is, who runs in towards Stokes. He walks across, he swings off the edge. It's gone in the air. Harris comes around, collects it on the bounce and flings it back as they take the single. Well, that was an edge, but it turned out to be a well-placed edge. 9 for 297.
Oh, Jack Leach has got 1 ball to survive. And he survived this 1 ball.
Border and Thompson needed 74 on that occasion. and got 70 of them.
And what was this, 73?
73.
Right, well, there you are.
You never know, there'll be a big cheer if Jack Leach survives this ball, I know that.
We're loving the Sunday afternoon drama of Test cricket. Everything's still on the line. The job's not done yet for Australia, and England are hanging in. Absolutely hanging in here on this glowing day at Headingley. Sunday, ruddy Sunday. Pattinson then to try to get out Leach. Last ball of the over. Runs into Leach. Leach gets a bouncer, which he ducks. And Stokes has the bowling on 71. It's 9 for 297.
There was a game in the Sri Lanka game here in the World Cup that Stokes was left stranded at the end. What's that score? Chasing 230, 233, something like that. He started to crash the ball to all parts, got them close.
Well, Nathan Lyon's going to bowl again. And Stokes has got to try and measure off the right ball to whack for 4 or 6 and not hole out to this deep set field. So there are 2 behind Payne for the edge, and the rest are out everywhere on the boundary.
Just look at just Marnus Labuschagne scores 154 runs in the game. Magnificent effort. That's the difference.
And Hazelwood's taken 9 wickets. Righto, here we go. What can Stokes do this time? Lyon is around the wicket to Stokes. He walks across and he has a fling. He's hit this ball down the ground. He could be caught. It's gone for 6. Hazelwood leapt to try and catch it. It cleared him. It went straight. I don't think he middled that, but he got enough on it to bring up the 300. England 9 for 303. 56 needed.
Well, 10 more of those. That'll do the trick. When Lyons tried to toss it up and get it a bit wider. He's just clubbed it down the ground.
Lyon tries again to Stokes. Stokes walks across and he swings again, and it's going on the bounce out to long on. No run taken this time. It went very quickly to Pattinson. But Stokes is certainly living dangerously here. He may well hole out, but he's keeping us interested on 77. 56 needed. Lyon around the wicket to Stokes. Stokes, no, that's a wide. Must be very close to a wide.
It's not one-day cricket.
Well, it was only just inside that return crease, though.
My favourite song's being sung on the terrace, Jim. That's, Don't Take Me Home. Please don't take me home. Honest day, yes. Drink all your beer.
Lyon comes up, bowls to Stokes. Stokes is beaten. Sort of half pushed at that. Payne took it, knocked off the bails. So we're now down to the interesting part of the over. 2 more balls to come. Deep field. Does he take one? He may as well.
Yeah, he has to. If he can just get off strike and allow Leach just that one delivery again.
Lyon goes to Stokes. He plays the reverse sweep and he's played it. Colossal shot. He's hit it for 6 over backward point, which is really backward square. Amazing stroke from Ben Stokes, straight out of the World Cup manual. The reverse sweep into the Western Terrace for 6 in his 83.
Well, saw Kevin Peterson play this years ago to Scott Styrus in one-day cricket.
Wow.
I mean, what a strike that is. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Brilliant.
I hope it was caught in the terrace. Was it? Nah.
That was brilliant. So now the field changes, trying to stop the single. England need another single here from Stokes. Can he get it? Lyon bowls to him and he's forward. He's pushing. He wants a quick run down towards him. Under the stumps misses. Hazelwood had a chuck at the stumps. Well run by Stokes. He's 84. He keeps the strike. England need 49. Is it possible now?
Well, you just never know. Another 8 overs of this, and it certainly is. Shoes off if you love Ben Stokes is the chant. 49. What an innings. 84 not out, 191 balls. Don't know how many minutes, Andrew?
287. 287, just under 5 hours.
Just 13 minutes short of 5 hours of batting. Extraordinary.
Well, can he be England's hero again? This is Stokes summer.
You just never know what's going to happen with this test team. They take you on a roller coaster, this lot.
84. England need 49 runs with 1 wicket in hand. Pattinson starts a new over, bowling to Stokes. Stokes swings and he gets an edge onto his pads. His head goes up to the heavens. Disappointed he didn't dispatch that ball. But it looks like he's going to continue to go down swinging. And there's a bit of calculation in this. And he's a bit sore after that miscue.
It's gone here with James Pattinson. I'm not too sure what's gone on here.
He's going to go around the wicket. I think that's what he's indicating, but there's
something going on with his left foot.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's he? Stokes has called for drinks. Jack Leach, casual. Jack Leach has only faced 5 balls. He's going to have a chat with Ben Stokes. Probably reminded me, don't worry, I got 92 the other week. I'm in good form.
So they've added 24 runs for this wicket. Stokes has scored all of them. A drink's coming out for Stokes. I'm not sure what Pattinson's up to. He seemed to be looking at his foot, his shoelace or something, a sprig missing, and the game's held up while we have this unscheduled drinks break. England 9 for 310. Don't go to sleep in Australia, for goodness sake. You can't possibly do that. The crowd's roaring. Ben Stokes is all over the finish of this game, as he's been a few times during the course of the season.
Yeah, I think Pattinson's boots have completely gone. He's got the 12th there. It's like Cameron Bancroft running him out a couple of pairs of new shoes.
Bring out the farrier, reshoeing.
Stokes has had the gel, those energy gels that you have. You get them when you're cycling. Put a bit of gel inside. He's got a bit more in the tank now, Jim. Like putting a bit of petrol in the car. He's ready to go.
So he's just had a pit stop here.
Bit of petrol in, bit of oil.
But here we are watching a game that certainly when Stuart Broad was out looked to be all over, but not yet. It's certainly not yet. Now nominations are open for our Brian Johnson champagne moment. That reverse sweep for 6 from Ben Stokes would have to be up there. The Warner diving catch had slipped today. Jofra Archer taking his first 5-wicket haul in test matches. Here we go. We're ready to roll once more. Pattinson running in towards Ben Stokes. Stokes swings at this, and he's going to get 2 runs for it perhaps, down to Khawaja. No, he won't get the second run this time.
Problems.
He took a while to get down to the other end, and he's pulled up short. He's sort of on his haunches at the other end, leaning over. Well, he's discomforted.
I think he thought it was 2, and that's why he's disappointed. I think he thought he'd hit it not quite hard enough and just a little bit wide enough to make sure they got back for 2. Certainly wasn't 2 available. That's why he's down, his head's down, his hands on his knees. Jack Leach can just stand still in that first innings. He moved over to the offside too much and exposed that leg stump. He can just stay still, play straight.
So here's another opportunity for Australia to finish this game off and thus retain the Ashes. But the crowd are going Burko here. 9 for 311. Around the wicket, it's Pattinson going to Leach. Leach edging, and the ball doesn't carry. Off the glove in front of Marnus Shaheen at second slip.
He is producing that Steve Smith back and across movement. It's not going to be long before they fire in that leg stump Yorker.
Which is how he was out in the first innings.
His leg stump's exposed.
Yep. Well, that was the ball that removed Stuart Broad, full and straight.
What an atmosphere this is, Jim. They're all stood up on the terrace.
They're loving it. And they want Leach somehow to be defiant. He's just having a problem with his gloves. He was hit on the glove that time, and he's gone to umpire Wilson to seek some help from him, and Stokes comes down. What's he going to do? Change his gloves? get the physio out to look at his finger. He's waving to the dressing room, suggesting he wants a new glove because something's occurred there. But it looks like he's going, for the moment, to continue with a line of 3 slips and a leg slip. So Leach facing Pattinson, 9 for 311. Pattinson bowls and Leach fudges forward and runs it away defiantly on the offside into the gully. Lionfields, the crowd applaud.
2 balls.
Leach hangs about. Yes, 2 more to survive this over. Oh.
Glasses on Jack Leach. He's prodding the pitch. He's doing all the things that batsmen do. He's looking composed. No idea what he's like under that helmet.
48 needed by England. Stokes is half bent at the other end. Looks exhausted. Pattinson runs in once more around the wicket. Leach forward, defending. Keeps another ball out. I'm not sure how many more shots Stokes has got in his locker now. He seems to be a bit wounded at the other end, but he'll come up with something. He's 85, and it has been the most extraordinary performance from him to keep the match alive.
No, he's got plenty of shots. He just needs Jack Leach to get over this last ball. Surprised that Pattinson's not gone over the wicket and target that leg stump.
Well, there's been no discussion about what to do. The last ball of this over, 9 for 311. Pattinson goes in and Leach back defending, doing a good job. Played it down to Lyon in the gully. So Stokes will be facing, and who's going to be bowling? Has Lyon been relieved? Where are they going with the attack from this end? You'd think there'd be a change, and it looks like Cummins is into the attack, and Alistair Cook, he's there, chewed his fingernails like everyone else down to the quick watching this excitement.
Amazing cricket. The crowd, fantastic. If I was Adam Manford now, I'd be calling on the Vaughan-Agnew partnership to do it home, call it home again twice. The World Cup final. And now, can he do it?
Well, this has been a wonderful effort to get to this point. 9 for 286 after being 4 for 238 at lunch. And Australia are just getting a little bit edgy here about how they can finish this off. They're showing a fair bit of respect for the ability of Stokes to find the boundary. They've only got 1 slip, and everyone else, apart from the wicketkeeper and the bowler, on the boundary.
Yeah, the ability of Ben Stokes is that he can hit 6s and 4s, 360. So, a lot of people back in the day who don't like this field of everyone on the boundary, but he's got so many boundary options. I don't know what other field you could have here in this situation. It says, well, he can't get him out unless he slogs one of the air. If he plays sensibly and controls his emotions and then hits the ball, maybe the 5th or 6th ball for 4 or 6, and Jack Leach is perfectly capable of hanging around.
So Cummins around the wicket to Stokes on 85, and he goes for 2 runs here. He's punched it for 1. He's darting back for 2, and he'll make it comfortably. Well run. He knocked the ball away on the onside, and Labuschagne tore in from the boundary, but that's what happens when you have a deep field. You can pick up 2s. 9 for 313. 46 needed. Stokes 87 not out.
Shows how clearly he's thinking. It's obvious from here. Suddenly now all the Australian fielders have just come in 5-10 metres from the boundary, trying to stop that too. It's brilliant batting from Ben Stokes.
The atmosphere is just special. The crowd going with every ball, and Stokes is not disappointing. He's on 87. Cummins around the wicket, runs into him. He walks across and tries to flick it around, rampant, as it were, down to fine leg, but he misses the ball completely. He's trying to get a bit inventive and also pick off the bowling for a couple if he can. Hitting the 4s, not so easy.
No, that's probably the only area he probably looked at and targeted. If I get it fine leg, is anywhere else I can't see a boundary. Everyone else on the boundary. Does he just block a couple and then get the field to come in, and then try and hit a 4 or 6 off the 5th or 6th ball of the over.
Cummins bowls to him and he plays the ramp again. He does it well, perfectly, and it goes down to the boundary for 6. He's cleared the fine leg boundary with that ramp. England need 40. Yes, they only need 40 now. 9 for 319. Another master stroke from Stokes. He's 93.
And Pat Cummins banging away, banging on the back of the length ball. Ben Stokes just got inside the line. The Joss Buttler-esque scoop where you don't go down on your knees, but I mean, how that goes to 6, I do not know.
2 extraordinary 6s he's hit in the last 10 minutes. Reverse sweep for 6 and then the ramp. Now Cummins goes back over the wicket. 40 runs needed. It's 9 for 319. Cummins runs in, he bowls to Stokes. Stokes knocks it around the corner. He wants to again. He's coming back to the second. This will be danger at the bowler's end if they make it.
I think they threw the wrong end there. I think Ben Stokes slipped. He definitely did slip. I think if they threw it at the keeper's end, he was in trouble. But he threw it at Jack Leach's end. He was comfortably in. How many balls to go? 2 to go on this over. Take the single, Ben Stokes. Take the single, everyone out.
There's a bit of hesitation when Stokes took off, and yes, had the throw been flat and hard to Payne, I think he would have been short of his ground. So he's 95. It's Cummins running in to bowl to Stokes, and Stokes just thanks the bowler for dropping it there and knocks it away for a single down to backward point and leaves Leach with 1 ball to survive. 9 for 322. England need 37 runs to win the game. This partnership now worth 36, and Leach has 1 to survive.
And the Jack Leach has got a 92, so he can hang around. He can bat. David Warner's run all the way to speak to Pat Cummins from first slip.
Just a bit of advice from Warner down there as Leach takes guard. He's going to bowl around the wicket from the look of it. So what's the plan here? Short, Yorker, aim at the leg stump because he gets a long way across. Where is he going to go with this delivery?
I think he's got to go full.
9 for 322. Leach has 1 ball to survive and gives Stokes the chance of not only making 100 but grabbing an extraordinary, miraculous victory for England if he can keep this going. Leach scratches out his guard again. The field moves about. 3 in the slips, a leg gully, a short leg. Cummins trying to get the killer blow in. Around the wicket he runs up and bowls to Leach, and Leach goes back and plays it well. Down to mid-on.
I'm not sure Ben Stokes watches. He had his head down. It was no intention of backing up. I think he head down. As soon as Jack Leach played that, he tapped the bat on the ground. Congratulations to Jack Leach as his partnership builds.
This is getting like Edgbaston in 2005, so Aggers should come in to call the England victory.
I'm quite happy to stay here, Jim. You're doing a great job there. We'll share it around. We never know what's going to happen, do we, here? It really is. It's a fantastic finish. You go back, and mine goes back to all of those things along the way, through the game of opportunities and missed opportunities, dropped catches, and not to mention England's first innings. And Labuschagne, the way he played for Australia in both innings. Hazelwood's bowling. It's been a terrific test match, and the noise out there is incredible, and we're not finished yet. Hazelwood is coming on from that far end, is he? Down the shadows, or is it Cummins? Yep. It's Hazelwood. Right, Stokes on 96 not out. Can you believe it? He started this morning on 2. Took him ages to score a run. There were 4 maidens to start the day. And now we have Hazelwood from the Football stand end, bowling to Ben Stokes. Here he comes, he bowls and he's flogged that away into the leg side. That should go for 4. The fielder down there can't get it. And Ben Stokes has reached a truly remarkable 100. Absolutely incredible hitting. That ball was just short of a length. And he thrashed it through mid-wicket to reach his 8th Test century. And out there on the terraces, every single man, woman and child are on their feet. And even our friends, the Australians down there, well done, they're on their feet too. What a finish we're all having here.
He never celebrated, didn't even raise his bat once.
What an ovation. He's in the zone. He's 100 not out. Hazlewood comes in, bowls to him. And that's way over deep square leg. That's 6. A full toss. Shovelled away with lots of bottom hand. Well. 27 needed. 27 needed.
He can't do anything wrong, can he?
Oh,
well, the pressure's been relaxed, hasn't it? So he just has to go out there and play. You think that last over, throw to the wrong end, could have been all over, but really firing up out there. 1 ball.
27 more to win and to reach the highest score England have ever made to win a Test match. 332 for 9. Ben Stokes now on 106. Hazlewood comes in, bowls to him. He's hit it way over to deep mid-wicket again. There are 2 men down there. It's 6. It's 6. Straight into the Western Terrace where they are going utterly mad. Look at all those missiles, projectiles being thrown in the air. Plastic beer glasses, I would say. All sorts of stuff that's being chucked upwards into the air. And now Tim Payne, look at him, he's come down to speak to his bowler. 21 to win. Ben Stokes is just playing a most outrageous innings here. You have to say Hazlewood's rather lost the plot. That was a length.
That's harsh. That's harsh, Haggers. You've got a guy who's got no fear, no pressure. He's hitting it well enough to get it over the rope. So one mishit here.
We're in one-day mode here. 3:38 for 9. 21
Not sure it's
needed.
one-day mode even.
Hazlewood on the way, bowls to Stokes, pushes that away. He'll want 2 if he can. Is he going to come back for 2? He is coming back for 2. And the fielder there is flat on his tummy. It's Lyon who's helped to his feet.
That's what he played the sweep like he did in the World Cup to the Yorker of Boltwood, hit into the stand. A back of a length ball 6, and then he's still calm enough to not go again. Just bat on ball, everyone's out, he gets an easy 2. I mean, it's unbelievably clear thinking. You talk about performing under pressure moments, mental toughness, whatever you want to call it. This kid's got it.
19 to win. Stokes on 114. And in comes Hazlewood again. Listen to the crowd, they're silent. Hazlewood bowls and Stokes again pushes into the same place. This time it will be 1. And that leaves Leach with 1 delivery, with 18 more required by England to win this match. 3:41 for 9. Leach hasn't scored a run yet. And these 2 have put on 55.
Watch Ben Stokes now at the non-striker's end, Daggers. His head's down. I don't think he even watches the ball. I don't think he watches what Jack Leach does. Come on, Jack.
Oh. Well, we've had the World Cup final. And now this. And Stokes central to both. And the noise out there just as deafening as it was at Lord's. And Jack Leach pulls on his gloves.
What a game.
We've got 2 number 11s sitting alongside you here, Cookie. And we know exactly how poor old Jack feels, but he's got an incredible man at the other end, but you don't want to let him down. That's the thing. You just want to survive the ball and give it back to him.
We've got 2 number 11s, maybe like Jack Leach, but we haven't got the other person at the other end.
You don't think you could do this, Cookie? just swing?
No, only on Brian Lara's cricket with the cheat mode on.
Just clear that front leg, mate.
Can Leach survive? Hazelwood's on his way. His short leg is crouching there. He bowls to Leach, just down the leg side. Almost took that leg stump, but it misses it. Payne collects, and Stokes is on strike with 18 more runs required by England to keep the Ashes alive. And it looks to me as if there's a very big call being made here.
Nathan Lyon.
3 hits. 3 hits off Nathan Lyon.
Well, they rope it off that much these days. This ground's too small for Ben Stokes.
Are you surprised by this?
Gutsy.
It is seriously gutsy.
Welcome to our 5 Live listeners who've just joined us. What a time to come to Headingley, where England now need 18 more to win. The game was over half an hour ago when Stuart Broad was out LBW, but Ben Stokes is playing, well, I was going to say the innings of a lifetime, but well, it may well prove to be, but we've already seen one of those this year in the World Cup final. He's 115 not out. He's with the number 11, the last man, Jack Leach, who has got 0, but these two have put on 55. Ben Stokes has been hitting 6s and 4s, an amazing reverse sweep for 6 into the West Stand, and the people in there, and in fact all round Headingley, are going ballistic. It's an amazing atmosphere. It has been from the very start of the day, and Stokes is over his bat. A gamble here by the Australian captain. He's brought the off-spinner Lyon on, who goes in and bowls to Stokes, who goes the reverse sweep. Payne's appealing. He thinks he's got him. Nothing from slip, nothing from the bowler. Well, I think Tim Payne, the captain there, was quite keen to.
He would have reviewed it. He would have reviewed it if it.
And listen to the crowd.
Just to fire the crowd up a little bit more.
Lyon again goes skipping in from round the wicket. He bowls to Ben Stokes, who goes for the edge. Is it? No, it's spun out of the footholes. It was caught by slip, but it span out of the footholes as Stokes swung the bat at it. Oh, that just adds to the tension, doesn't it?
Oh, a little luck here for the Aussies would be nice, wouldn't it, Daggers?
I'm not going to comment on that. Lyon again bowls, and Stokes tries to fiddle that away. He's not going for the big shots. He's just going for the little fiddly ones here.
Well, it's closing in. Only 18 now. This game could have been over. Daggers. 3 hits.
I love it when Glenn McGrath's chirpy. It's a sign of nerves, Cookie. It's a sign of nerves in the big man.
You're not nervous?
Yeah, just loving it. There's Lyon round the wicket, bowls, and Stokes goes on the back foot. No, they don't take the one. There's an easy single there to be had, but they don't take it. 2 balls to go. He's daring Payne to bring the field in to go for a big one. Payne again, round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Stokes, who goes back and clubs that away into the offside. They are going to take 1 run. So as we were, with Leach needing 1 ball to survive, there's 17 more runs needed by England to win. And Stokes is 116 not out. It's been an incredible explosion, really, for Andrew. Just put into context the sort of the 2 halves. If there are 2 halves, maybe there are 3/3, I don't know, but the 2 halves of this innings.
Yeah, he was 3 of 73 balls at one stage. Took another 79 balls to get to 50. And he's now faced another 56 balls to get from 50 to 116.
And this is the guy who bowled a 24 over spell, not uninterrupted up the hill, 30-degree heat yesterday.
He is an incredible cricketer. And he's down here at the non-striker's end. He's helpless, and that must feel awful as well. You've got the number 11 down there, the vultures around. There's 4 men catching, plus the keeper, as Lyon goes in to bowl the last ball and is pushed away by Leach. The ball trickles to mid-off. Leach survives. Stokes is on strike. There's 17 more to win. Ruth Otter's asking about a super over. No, I'm sorry, not going to get one of those. But it feels like every over is a super over at the moment. And who are they going to bring on?
When's tea, Eggers?
Tea is 40 minutes. Oh, Jack Leach is polishing his glasses.
Henry Moran called him Alan from accounts.
Has he? He doesn't look like it, but he's putting his helmet on. Oh, well, I hope you can hear this and feel this atmosphere. It's really wonderful. And so many spectators here can't sit. They're standing up and watching. Some booing breaking out down there because an Australian has dared to go and field in front of the West stand.
I think it's David Warner.
Is he out there?
Yeah, Pat Cummins on as well.
That's brave. Cummins on. 17 needed. Stokes on strike. The field completely scattered. Here's Cummins. Fast bowler is thrashed into the air. Catch it, they shout. Third man's coming in. Drops it.
No.
Drops it. Not an easy chance.
Is that Harris?
Simon Jones moment in 2005. The same similar catch and it down at third man.
Dropped it. Harris.
Did he drop it or not get?
Let's have a look. I think he got there. Oh, he got there. But it was a difficult chance. He's running at full tilt. Has he just dropped the ashes? A groan from Jim. 3:42 for 9. I love it. Here's Cummins again. He's bowling to Stokes, who waits and hits that hard into the leg side. There's 2 men out there. There's 4. Again, that could have been a really difficult chance. He's running at full tilt.
Is that another catch?
From here, it looked like it carried.
13 to win.
He can't do anything wrong, can he? Or can he?
Well, we've seen some games of cricket between us up here. Not seen a test match finish like this before. The highest ever total that England would score to win a test match ever. The umpire confirms that was 4, but only just. There was a fielder getting round there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the leg side boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the offside boundary. Cummins on his way again from the far end. Bowls to Stokes. Hammers it past him. Straight down the ground. It's a very short boundary down there. And the fielder dives. It's gone for 4. The noise tells us it's gone for 4. It's in the shadows. We can't see from here. But they know down there. An incredible shot. The 350 comes up. It's 9 to win. 9.
What a shot. Back of a length ball. Laced it straight past the stumps.
Well, Stokes is taking a breather. Leach is coming down. I hope he's not offering too much in the way of advice. Apart from carry on Stokesy, I think probably is all he can offer. All these men on the boundary. Is he going to go big again? Is he going to take that risk? Or is he just going to play these little dinky ones? Now everyone is back.
How many balls
try and
left?
get 2. We've got how many balls in the over? 1 to go? 3 to go. 3 to go. Here's Cummins then. Runs in. Bowls to Stokes. And there he is. A little dinky one. Leach slow setting off.
No.
That's not there. They've taken 1. And Stokes has his arm up. Is this Australia's opportunity now? With 2 balls to go. To bowl to Leach, has got his helmet off again. He's mopping his brow.
He's cleaning his glasses.
He's cleaning his glasses again.
He's looked pretty solid though, hasn't he, Leach?
He has. Simon Rossum is 2 tenths of me. I've turned off. Send me an email when you know what happens. Okay. Coward, we've got to watch it. You've got to listen to it. What a finish. All of you out there sitting in your gardens, barbecues going. What an afternoon. 3:51 for 9. With everything on this of this series, England have to win to keep the Ashes alive. And they need 8 more runs to do it. And to score the highest they've ever made batting last to win a test match.
You'd get silly pointing as well, wouldn't you? You'd get plenty around the bat.
What about a little tickle past third slip for 4? Is that getting greedy, Aggers?
I think I've got them all catching. I think this is Australia's moment.
Now, reverse psychology doesn't always work, Aggers. I know you too much.
Stewart's appearing down there. Stokes is on his knees up at the far end. He's not watching. He's not looking. Now he looks up. Cummins on his way. Bowls. A bouncer. I think that's a waste.
Little short.
Leach has played that short ball so well.
Yeah, he's pushing him across. He's going to go leg stump Yorker. Convinced they're going to try and get him out the same way they got him out in the first innings. I guess it's got a bit of a trigger going across the off stump. Exposes his leg stump a little bit when the pace gets up a little bit.
The Stokes body language.
This is a ball, Aggers. This is a ball.
Oh, I've sucked you in, have I?
No, this is a ball. Got a good feeling.
Oh, Glenn, don't do this. 3:51 for 9. Leach taps furiously at the ground. Bat now raised. Cummins on his way. Stokes not looking at all. And it is that leg side Yorker. You're absolutely right, Cookie. It hit him on the boot, though.
Just out.
Pitched outside the leg stump. The Aussies are talking about it. Are they going to review it? I mean, they might as well. It's been given not out. They are going to review it. But with absolutely no confidence whatsoever that this is actually out.
Original decision is not out. Can you show me
This says a lot about how the Aussies are feeling.
Would you review it?
Yes. Let's have a look. Stokes is literally not looking at this delivery from the non-striker's end. He's looking straight at the ground. It's incredible.
It's nice and slow.
This has got a pitch outside leg stump.
I can see
the crowd know it. They're a knowledgeable lot up here. And Lyon is going to bowl. I mean, if this comes off, you've got to say hats off to Tim Payne, because this is a gamble now. He's got the off spinner bowling to Ben Stokes. There's confirmation of not out.
Well, you wouldn't go for the big shot. He's been pushing the twos nicely, hasn't he?
I think he's going big shot.
You're probably right.
I think he's going big shot.
What are you doing, Cookie?
If they had this field for me, I might be able to get a 1.
You're not looking to go straight down into the stand?
No, not
up on the roof?
Does he feel that he's got to do it this over?
No, I don't think he's got to do it this over. I just think he's thinking the last 70 runs, he's played every attacking shot, and he's played he's played the reverse sweep for 6, he's come down twice and hit line from the crease for 6 here. I think he's got to carry on the same way. If he gets one boundary, then what do Australia do?
Well, absolutely. Stokes is leaning on his bat. Lyon dries his hands. The off spinner to Ben Stokes on 125. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls to Stokes. It's short. Cracked off the back foot. He's saying, no, I'm not taking a run. Oh, it's a bobble out there.
Could have come back for 2.
The fielder there, for no apparent reason. The ball bobbled up and out of his hands.
Ben Stokes a little bit annoyed because it was a short ball. I know he hits it really cleanly and gets in the gap. He could have got a boundary there.
Lyon again. Off a few paces, goes round the wicket and bowls, and Stokes on the back foot again, chops that away, but he's not taking the run. Now up, mid-on's thinking of coming up, but actually he was just trotting into position. 3:51 for 9. England need 8. They've got 1 wicket left.
It'll be interesting now if he blocks 2 balls, does then Payne bring the field in?
Exactly.
Does he?
Yeah. And if he does, the Stokes go for it. Lyon. Crowd falls silent. He bowls and Stokes is side that. It's 6 or out. It's 6. It's 6. I didn't think he'd hit that hard enough. I must be honest.
He didn't get it, but it still carries nicely.
2 to win.
It's your boundary ropes, Glenn. They're in those 10 yards.
In the old days, he's been out 10 overs ago.
It's Edgbaston 2005. Jim's trying to jinx me here.
Got to bring him in now.
Sit down, Jim. Sit down. It's 2 to win. Oh my! I really thought that was going to be caught. I must be honest. It sounded horrible off the bat.
Yeah.
I think Stokes thought it was too.
It should have been, but he got enough on it.
Now, what on earth do Australia do?
Got to bring him up.
2 to win.
Oh, this game's over.
And to score the highest number ever that England has done to win a Test match. Stokes on 131. In goes Lyon. He bowls to him. He forces it off the back foot. The fielder does very well. Very well fielded there at point under pressure. Oh, it's Khawaja. Had to roll to his right. How many balls to go? Is it 1? 2 to go. 2 to go. 2 to go. 2 balls, 2 runs, 1 wicket. Can't have a tie, can we? In goes Lyon, bowls, reverse sweep, fielder, field it, over. No! He's set off. Oh! Lyon's dropped it. Lyon's dropped it.
No.
He was run out by yards, and Lyon has dropped the ball.
No.
Leach survives. He's set off for that run. I don't know why. Stokes wasn't going anywhere. He should have been run out by 2 yards.
Wow.
And Leach was well short, and Lyon dropped the ball. He dropped the ball. Oh, they're showing it on the screen.
Oh, wow. That's just spoiled it, hasn't it?
It's still 2 to win. It's the last ball of the over. What's Stokes going to do?
He's going to slog it.
In goes Lyon, bowls to him, he does slog it, appeal for leg before wicket. It's umpire Wilson. They're beseeching it. He's giving it not out.
No reviews.
Not out. No reviews. Umpire Wilson has said not out. From a sweep.
If that is out, with the way Wilson's had this.
What an over again, and what drama.
But still not over yet.
And Australia had their moment. They had their moment. This could be tied.
Is it going down?
Pitched outside leg, I reckon.
No, I don't think pitched outside. Just whether it might be sliding.
If that's hitting the stumps.
Lyon wanted that.
Why wouldn't you give that?
Lyon wanted
because
that.
England have reviews.
Well, that's a good point.
No, because then it's umpire's call. Then
it's out.
That's a good point. Oh, dear. Right, okay. Jack Leach is going to face the start of an over.
Wow. Could it get any more exciting, Abbas? God, I'm calling you Abbas now.
Calm down,
I
Glenn.
got all excited,
I've
mate.
never seen you like this before. Jack Leach.
Oh, no.
Hitting, leg, Midland leg.
Absolutely dead. He's given everyone out except that one. Wow.
That's out. I'm looking into the Australian dressing room there.
That is very poor. Anyway.
That should have been out. LBW.
There's still a chance.
Well, that review that they burned off earlier, they burned off that one.
Yeah.
We said, should they do it? They did it.
Yeah, but still.
They took a gamble. It was a bad decision.
It was a bad decision.
No, it's a horrible decision. Not even bad.
Right. Where are we? 2 needed. Leach on strike.
How many chances do the Aussies need?
Cummins bowling. The crowd going mad.
Yeah,
Fine legs coming up. A little nick and it's all over.
That's brave. That is brave.
No third man.
No, back up, Stokesy. Surely, Stokesy, you're going to back up.
Well, he's not looking at the moment again. He's crouching. But I think he should back up. Well, mind you, if it goes out, it's runs. Cummins on the way. Bowls to Leach, a bouncer. Ducks underneath it.
Well.
Simon Jones is in the Euro tunnel. Waiting for the last bar of reception to go. I can't bear it. He says, we can't bear it either, Simon. Drive carefully. Everybody in their cars, gripping the steering wheels.
Reminds me of the semi-final World Cup 99. Edgbaston missed a couple of chances and then it ended on a tie. Do you reckon a tie's a fitting?
Well, that's what it probably is.
No.
Cummins over the wicket, comes in, bowls to Leach, who steers that away around the corner. And there's 2 fielders there. It beat 1. But that short, fine leg was up.
Good decision from Tim Payne. I was saying he probably should be back, but that's...
No.
2 to win. A wicket now. And Australia retain the Ashes. 1 run and out, it's a tie. 2 runs. Well, England win.
There's 4 balls. Australia's got 4 balls to win this game.
357 for 9. Stokes has come down for a conversation with his number 11. Jack Leach, he's taken his gloves off. He's cleaned his glasses. He's put them back on again. Have to say, well done to him here. He's not out.
Gutsy.
Not out.
But
very gutsy.
here we go.
357 for 9. Here's Cummins. Bowls, and it's short. And very well played. Stokes going for the run. Through they come. England can't lose. Wow. The Ashes are alive.
Wow. What do you do with the field now?
Well played, Jack Leach. He's off the mark. And he's going to give Stokes a little tap of the gloves. Stokes is on strike. England need 1 to win. They can't lose.
The last tie in a test match?
I've never seen one.
Yeah.
Only been 2.
Well, there you go, Agus. I always said DRS will cost you. If you use it badly, you'll lose a test match. Use it well, you'll win it. And it's cost them this match.
They gambled that one, didn't they?
They did, and it cost them the test match.
3:58 for 9. Stokes on strike. England need 1 to win. And in comes Pat Cummins from the far end. He bowls to Stokes, who hammers it for 4! And stands there with the bat raised. I can't believe we've seen that.
That is the most extraordinary innings ever been played by an Englishman.
He punches the air, his helmet's off. He was hit on that helmet this morning. Bits flew off all over the place. And he slumped to his knees. One Australian's there, it's Lyon, I think, who knew he could have run him out. He's got his hands on his knees. He's feeling dreadful. 1 or 2 teammates go and pat him on the back. That won't help him. And there's shaking of hands. There's hugs there. And that is a fantastic sight, by the way. In the absolute heat of Ashes battles, there are hugs and embraces from Australians to the England batsmen. And a shake of hands to the umpire. Not sure if Nathan Lyon will shake Mr. Wilson's.
Well, that's an amazing innings from Stokes there. Anti-climax finish from an Australian perspective. I think the way that finish was poor, but Ben Stokes, absolutely incredible. Man of the match, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I just don't understand how he's played that innings. It's absolutely amazing. I don't think he can believe it. He's standing there. He's just taking it in. He's got his hands on his head and he's just looking around the ground.
To do that after as well, the World Cup, how he played that, to even, that innings happens once a lifetime. He's done 2 in 6 weeks.
He is an incredible cricketer. And he's showing his bat all the way around the crowd, who are on their feet, obviously, and the Australians down there are on their feet. They'll remember this. And Australia will come back to fight another day. There's still 2 test matches left. And the Ashes are alive. But Tim Payne walks off, shaking Justin Langer's hand. Stuart Broad's out there. Jack Leach may not have never been hugged so often in his life. His glasses will be steamed up now, that's for sure. What an incredible day. And Ben Stokes is still out there. Like Johnny Bairstow's hugging him now. Well, if you're Ben Stokes, you wouldn't want to walk off, would you? You wouldn't want to leave this. The whole crowd on their feet. He waves to them, they cheer back. More hugs from another player there with his cap on. Can't see who it is from here. That's a very weary Stokes. I said he was hit on the helmet. He's been hit all over his body. He's bowled goodness knows how much in this match as well. And he has just played the innings of his life. And as Alistair Cook said, the greatest innings by an Englishman. Did you say that? Do you mean it?
I do. And just the circumstances. How do you get 70? What do they get? 60, 70 in the last record like that, the last wicket in the pressure.
What do they put on?
76.
Stokes is leaving the scene. Is walking over the rope. He's shaking hands still. And he takes one last look, one last wave. And he disappears from our view. Where's Jack? There he is. What a wonderful effort from him too. How amazing.
Whew. I'll be honest, I'm a bit misty-eyed listening to that. Wow. Just reliving that amazing day a year ago today. And it's just so special. And funnily enough, they're showing it on the screen here in front of me as well. The crowd, the noise, all of that. And that absolutely incredible innings by Ben Stokes. And what a supporting role by Jack Leach. As I said earlier, he's going to be joining us in a minute. Radio 4 listeners will be going for a shipping forecast shortly. You won't miss that. We're going to just chat away here while you're having that. And then when you come back, we're going to relive the day. So we've got Jack, we've got Glenn McGrath, we've got Michael Vaughan sitting here, and all of you too. Share your memories. Go on. Was it really a year ago today? What were you doing? It'd be great to hear from you as well, because we're probably here a little bit emotional myself. That was just an incredible day. Not quite the same here, I'm afraid. There's going to be an inspection at 20 to 2. That's the latest news as I hand our Radio 4 long-wave listeners away for the shipping forecast. So, yes, an inspection at 20 to 2. It's very, very, very wet, and the ground staff are out there doing what they can to try and salvage a situation. The eagle-eyed Michael Vaughan sitting beside me has gestured, suggesting that there's some light rain falling at the moment. It's actually been dry for the last 45 minutes or so. There hasn't been any rain falling, but it just doesn't feel like a drying day either. There's quite a strong wind, of course, but there's just no sun. It's just a blanket of cloud, and it's difficult to see that there's going to be any play today, because if there is any more rain, it'll simply undo the good work that the ground staff have done over the last 45 minutes or so. I saw Rob Key sloshing around out there, going out and doing a bit of an inspection.
I have to say, 15 minutes before the end of your very good commentary, should I just say, Aggers, on that remarkable innings. I did go on a weather app, and it said it was going to rain in 16 minutes. And it was to the minute that it started to rain, yeah. I don't think it's going to be a great deal, but as you said, it just doesn't feel like a great day for anything to be dried out. I mean, there is wind, but there's no sun. On the ground style, I think the whisper is it's going to take it a few hours.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, with that inspection at 1:40, they're not rushing in terms of giving a time, but I'm sure if we can get a couple of hours cricket, they'll try and do so.
Yes, they will. And I haven't seen Jimmy Anderson yet this morning. I can see we've got Rory Burns heading off. One or two have shown their faces over the last half hour or so, heading off to the far end. But I haven't seen Jimmy. I wonder how he's feeling.
I think you'll find that quite a few of them are probably thinking, well, they better get over there and pack the bags, because they'll have to take everything with them today.
Yes, of course.
You know, I think in the last couple of weeks they've been able to keep all the kit. Well, they've been living here. They've not had to go anywhere. But today's the day where they have to pack the truck. I actually saw Jack Leach from a distance in the car park. I didn't realise he was coming on the show, and I shouted, "Are you escaping?" He said, "I wish." He said, "But I've got to come on your show at 12 o'clock.
He is. He's probably listening at the moment. Hope he's going through his vocal exercises.
I think we've stopped him from going home. Poor lad.
Everyone will be home tonight. But looking at the way those two are wading through there, I mean, that's Rory Burns there, who's literally sloshing across the field. I mean, he really needs to launch some sort of rowing boat or something.
Well,
to
Dominic
get across.
Bess is on his leg. He's a silly lad. He's got those sliders that they wear. You know, the kids these days, they like to wear the sliders like the flip flops. You know, the cool ones with socks. And he's got sliders and socks that we're getting absolutely drenched.
He will. Well, they're stopping there and having a quick chat with the groundsman, and you can hear the super sopper chugging around in front of us here, doing what it can. But the sky is filled in again, and it really doesn't look very clever at all. Welcome back to our long wave listeners. Welcome back. We're just chatting about the conditions here, which really look very gloomy indeed. We can see Rory Burns wading across the ground at the moment. I think that's Dom Bess with him, sloshing out. They're trying their best here, the ground staff, to try and salvage something of this last day. But there is some light rain falling at the moment again, which will simply set everything back from where they were when they started clearing up. So, have we all come down to earth after listening to that? I'm not sure we have, but we are reliving that incredible day a year ago today. And who have we got on the line? Somewhere just above me, I think. It's Jack. Jack!
Hi, Aggers.
Were you listening?
I wasn't, no.
What?
Packing your bags, aren't you, Jack?
I've been packing my bags, and they're all in the car.
Jack!
To go.
Oh, gosh, we've been on the edge of our seats here, just listening to it all again.
Well, I've seen a few things on social media this morning, and one of which was the run-out chance, Adam's face in the background sums up how I was feeling in that moment. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, should we start with that since you mentioned it? What were you doing? Why did you run off?
I think now's the right time to apologise to everyone what I put everyone through, but I'm not sure. I think obviously I was thinking about our plan, which was four or five balls of each over, and I think by that point Stokes was just on a mission to finish it that over. And yeah, I suddenly found myself very close to Ben at the other end, and
yes.
yeah.
And presumably you thought that was it, did you?
Yeah, it was sort of one of those moments. Everything happens so quickly, but so slow at the same time, and yeah, I just not much time to think, and then obviously the ball after that is the LBW shout, and
yes.
then I realised, well, I'm shaking, and I'm thinking I've got to face a hole over here of Cummins, and thinking, yeah, obviously still on naught, so I'm thinking I've got to face the balls here. Like I need to focus on that. So, and then obviously managed to tuck one off my hip
yes.
for one, and then yeah, the rest is history, really.
Yeah. Did you actually see Lyon drop the ball?
I don't know. I can't really remember. No, I don't think I.
You were just dashing for your ground.
It all happened so quickly. I think, Dick, I remember that. And yeah, but I think it was one of those, being out there is like, you have to move on very quickly in those kind of situations and just focus on the next thing. So it was very much in the moment. God, that was awful, but we're still out here. Let's crack on. So, yeah, I think it kind of. That one moment I've struggled for every time I see it I struggle to watch that moment, but
even though you're all right though, you got
yeah
back.
I know it's all, but I guess in the best moments in sport you realise how much luck is involved as well, so
yes.
Obviously unbelievable to be out there, and Stokes' innings was just incredible. Watching it back now, and it's just amazing. So yeah, very, I guess, great memories, and something I'm very proud of and to be part of with Stokesy.
I'm watching on my screen. You're just polishing your glasses again.
Yeah, I know. I did that a lot, didn't I? I sort of couldn't believe afterwards how much people were focusing on the glasses, and now I'm starting to realise it, because it's like, it was quite a hot day, wasn't it? I think I was sweating a lot, and yeah, they were steaming up nicely, so needed to keep them clean.
Jack Vaughan here, do you understand that when you're in a situation like that, I'm an ex-player and I'm watching, we all get very nervous, and there was 20-odd thousand in the crowd, probably millions watching, and to see a batsman that we desperately need to get off strike cleaning his lenses every other ball, it doesn't send the greatest of confidence to us all watching.
I know, I look so stupid, but I think well, the crowd that day, I do remember, and kind of, I guess what's happened this summer, you kind of really miss that having the crowd there, but especially on moments like these, like, you realise what a big part the crowd play, and yeah, it was just incredible to hear the noise when I duck under one, or I block one back. Yes. It was just insane and very surreal, but just incredible, and loved every minute.
That over involving the run-out was, it all happened in there. I mean, that one, when I said 6 or out, I mean, I have to say I thought Ben was going to be caught on the boundary. They didn't get hold of it. There was that, there was the run-out, and then the LBW as well. I mean, what an over.
Yeah, I know. And I guess it's like, when you first go out there with 70 odd, you think, there's nothing to lose here. The game's gone in everyone's eyes, and I just try and stay there with Stokesy. But I kind of, very early on when I was out there, I kind of sensed this belief from Stokesy, and how a very clear plan of how we were going to go about it, and the crowd were very. I think they just wanted the partnership to go on for as long as possible, but probably still not expecting us to get over the line, and then when it gets down to sort of 20, then it's suddenly more likely. And I guess as when you're in that moment, you've been doing everything in the moment, just ball at a time, and then suddenly you feel like you want it all to just be over and get across the line, and sometimes I guess that's why those sort of things happen towards the end, and it was all action packed at the end, and luckily we did manage to get over the line. I remember seeing like the stewards coming out ready for the finish, and we still needed 6 or something, and I was like, oh, like they think we've done it, and then I was thinking, no, you got to concentrate, like this isn't done yet, we need to stay in the moment, and like everyone else thinks we've won, but we need to just be like carrying on, concentrating how we are. So those kind of things I remember vividly, and great day.
You're down in the non-strikers end for that huge LBW shot. You're a spinner yourself. I'll put you in the umpire's shoes. Are you giving it out?
No, I thought it was going down leg straight away, and I said to Stokesy when we're going down, like Lions on the floor, everyone's going mental, all the Aussies are going mental, and I go down to Stokes and I'm like, that's going down leg, wasn't it? And he was like, yeah, definitely. And I still think that DRS has been taken off the back pad rather than, I think it clips the front pad and then goes onto the back pad, but maybe I'm biased, I don't know, but that's my opinion.
Well, it's fine. There was no review, so you're absolutely fine.
Yeah, well, and also I sort of look back at that moment where I obviously didn't get any. Say I tickle that. Well, you never know what happens, but say I get a bit bad on that and they don't review that, then obviously it was. I knew with that particular one off Cummins, I think it was, that I wasn't going to be out, but they reviewed it and kind of showed how panicked the Aussies were, and it was good to be out there for that.
Could you feel? I mean, what were the Australians? What were they like? I mean, were they aggressive, hostile, nasty, sledging, or actually were they losing it a bit?
Yeah, I think it was sort of. I guess at 70 to win, 9 down, they're kind of quite chill because they think they've won. So there wasn't much chat then, and then I think very quickly Stokesy got the target down quite quickly, and suddenly they're sort of panicking, and everyone was on the boundary for Stokesy. Obviously when I was on strike, I don't remember hearing much. They might have been abusing me a lot, but I just was sort of so in the zone that I didn't really. I'm just watching Stokes. He can't watch me face the ball. It's embarrassing.
I know he was looking down. He didn't. And I remember talking. I'm watching it now. I remember talking to him about this. He's actually not looking at you batting. He can't bring himself to watch.
I remember seeing it as Cummins starts his run up. I remember going, oh, what? He's not looking. And then I go, no, focus. You've got to watch the ball here, focus. But yeah, so it's understandable, and I think Stokes has put so much into that innings. You look at his whole innings, and obviously the day before he was 2 off 50 balls, and the concentration. Someone else might have lost patience and got out, but then, and I remember him coming off that evening, and I think David Warner had been giving him a few words, and he said, I'm not coming off that pitch till I've won the game, and then he did it. And I think the next morning he gets hit on the head, like quite a big blow, and how that would affect other people would probably be bigger than how it affected Stokesy. So the innings had absolutely everything. Obviously that last part is amazing as well, but it's just insane what he can do, and I guess the skill, but also the mental strength that he showed throughout the innings.
Did you talk much? I mean, you obviously between overs you sort of wandered down mid-pitch and you stood together, but did you actually say very much?
No, I mean, no, not really. And I think once we had that plan sorted, I don't really remember much of the chat. I think it was just keep sort of keep going.
Yes.
And I remember when Stokesy got to 100, I didn't even realise. And then I realised that the crowd were like cheering even more than they were for other boundaries. And then I saw that he'd got to 100, and I started walking back down to because I'd only punched gloves with him, and then I started walking back down because I was like, oh, I'm going to look such an idiot if I don't congratulate him. And then Stokesy just ushered me, gave me the hand and ushered me away and said no, he didn't want to, and sort of celebrate it. And I think that's just typical Stokes, is he just had the figure that we needed in mind, and the 100 wasn't important. I guess it was kind of, Stokesy played some unbelievable shots, and I felt like inside I was a cricket fan, I was going berserker. Like, how have you done that reverse sweep offline?
Yes.
You want to go mental and be like, oh my god, what a shot. But actually I was just like, next ball, because he just, whatever happened on the ball before, it didn't affect what was going to happen the next ball. So I felt like just trying to keep each other calm was probably the main thing, when everyone else around you was going absolutely berserk. Was probably the thing that we tried to focus on.
Talk me through the winning moment, because again, I mean, Ben smashed that one for 4, and then stood there, and it looked a bit as if you didn't quite know what to do.
Yeah, I know. I look so stupid, but I
you don't look stupid
down
at all.
at him, and I try and jump into him, and then I forget we both got helmets on, so we just clash grills, and I just sort of didn't know what to do. I just couldn't believe. I guess I just couldn't believe what had happened, and I think we're both. Well, Stokesy was exhausted, and I was pretty knackered as well, to be honest. So,
yes.
it was just nice to get over it was probably more relief, to be honest, after what had happened, probably the over before. It was just relief to get over the line, and obviously for the Ashes to still be alive.
How long did it take you to come down again?
I remember I didn't really sleep very well. I remember waking up real early and sort of still with that adrenaline, going, oh no, just seen the run out. God.
Which one are you watching? This is the run out, is it?
On the screen.
What am I doing? I would have made it.
You're right. Oh, off you go. No, you almost go all the way down, and Lance dropped it. Lance dropped the ball. There you are. You're in. You're okay.
But I think I didn't.
Everyone's reactions looking at it are amazing.
Yeah, it's just awful, isn't it?
You've actually done well, Jack, to not slip over, because you were running on the pitch next to the 22 yards, which was very grassy, and at one stage it looked like you might have gone over.
Yeah. See, that's going down leg. But
it does look like it, actually. There's parts of it that does. I don't think Glenn McGrath
I'm trying to get round about 10 Aussie players who are all fuming and get down to Stokes.
You're polishing your glasses again, by the way.
Yeah. Ready for this.
Jack, we could carry on all day. It's just one of those days.
Jack, can I ask you, at the PCA Awards last year, you bought a very nice painting. It was a painting of the celebrations, if I remember rightly. Where is that hanging now?
That's in my study, on the wall. Yeah. So it's means a lot to me, that actually. It's sort of like, I guess it sums up the moment very well, and I guess obviously with it, the money went towards PC cricketers trust, and I guess a great charity that helps a lot of cricketers, and you never know when it's going to come and could help you. So I think it's a very good charity, and something that sort of means a lot to me to have that photo of that picture of Ben. So yeah, it's,
do you take everyone that comes to your house, you just take them to the study and go, there you go, look at that.
I'm about to jump on him there. That's what I say. Yeah. So I'll always be able to say I was at the other end of that. So yeah.
But it was so much more than that, Jack, wasn't it? I mean, it's easy to say, oh yeah, Jack Leach was one not out, but you played such a strong role. Did you? I know you got runs against Ireland and so on, but did you surprise yourself actually with the way that you batted?
Yeah, I think that's the most like I've never experienced being that focused on the cricket field, in terms of just being completely in the moment, and that was a nice feeling to have, and it's probably taught me a lot actually. And I think having that Ireland innings beforehand definitely helped me going into that, just having that time at the crease. But yeah, I think people ask me, would you what was your favourite innings, the 92 or the one? And I always say, the one is the most special, just to experience that crowd, and Stokes' innings just amazing. So yeah.
Well, I mean, you did play such a strong part of that, but also, do you feel how lucky you were? Lucky you were to be actually part of that incredible day. Definitely do, and I guess when you speak to people about what it meant to them and where they were watching it, and that's where you kind of realise it was more than just me and Ben in the middle. It was like everyone was behind us, and that was really special. And it's nice to see me playing some cricket actually. Yes. I know it's been frustrating for you. We're about to see you, I think, so you can talk us through this. I think we're about to see you score your one, and then and then we'll have the winning blow. So just hang on. I know people are listening and they can't see it, but they have just heard it on the radio, the whole thing, so they know what's coming. That field all round you. This was the big over, wasn't it? Because you were on strike at the very start of it. You bowled a bouncer to start with. There's that reviewed one, and then there you go, a little nudge off the hip. Look at that.
Yeah, no fine legs, so I could just pull it for 4.
I think you'd have settled for the one. So you got to the other end. You got to the other end, and at this point, you must know it's done. Do you? It's tied anyway.
Yeah, I feel like there's no way Stokesy's blocking 3 balls here with everyone up. He's going to whack this wherever it is, and luckily Cummins bowls a short wide one and he absolutely crunches it.
Yes.
And just sort of nice to be at the other end, sort of having done what I think my bit is over, and I can just run and jump on him when he hits the winning runs. But it was I just couldn't believe there's so many, there's a short leg, there's 2 guys around the corner, and somehow managed to get it into a little gap where we can squeeze a 1.
We're about to see it. We've got Cummins. He's coming in now. You're standing at the non-striker's end. You're watching him. In he goes, bowls, bang, 4. Isn't that? I mean, and he's roaring, and you're giving him a hug. He's really bellowing, isn't he?
Yeah, it's.
Oh, there's great. The hug. Oh, that's rather nice, Jack. Great big squeezy hug.
I go little one, and then I need to hug him again. Straight back in.
To be fair, Jack, but Pat Cummins could have man-cadded you. You were backing up a bit too far.
What?
You're about a yard out when you bowled that.
Do you know what, Jack, was really nice, and I did make this point because we were watching it. The Australians, their reaction, coming up and shaking your hands and giving you hugs and so on. That was quite something.
Yeah, definitely. I think they knew what a special game it had been, and what good Stokes' innings had been. To be fair, I think when you're on the wrong side of those things, you do appreciate what the other guys have done, and so I think.
Jack, you've just given him a kiss. I've just seen you've just kissed at Ben Stokes' neck.
Oh, dear me.
Sweaty neck, was it?
Yeah.
Jack, I know it's been a really frustrating summer for you. Nothing can make up for that. But I just hope that reliving that a year ago today has brought a smile to your face. It certainly has to all of us.
Thank you, Abbas. Yeah, no, it's very special to sort of relive it and kind of remember it. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to hopefully playing some cricket soon. And yeah. You
bet. Well, we'll catch up soon, Jack. Thanks so much for joining us.
Cheers, guys.
Well played. Jack. Well played, that man. One not out. Best one not out in the history of cricket, I reckon that was. Thanks to Jack Leach. We asked you how you followed the drama. Pratik was playing an inter-club six-a-side tournament at Woodford Green Cricket Club. He writes, once the incredulous updates from the clubhouse got too exciting, it was a case of Stokes stopped play. As we huddled round the radio, that Jack Leach single and that Stokes drive will live with me forever. It sparked incredible scenes. It absolutely did. And I know someone who was jumping up and down in celebration. It was one of the great days of his life, and I could still see the smile on his face. It was Glenn McGrath. Hello, Glenn.
G'day, Aggers. Morning. How are you guys?
Morning, Glenn.
Yeah,
We're very well.
I've been trying to forget that day for 12 months, and you ring me to have a chat about it. What's happening?
Oh dear, wasn't it? But do you look back on it fondly?
Oh, of course. What an incredible day. I can't remember a day through my career or a day like that in watching cricket ever. So it was just an amazing game, right down to the wire. That Australia had their chances. They blew it, but Stokes, how good was he? And just listening to Jack Lynch then, he played his part. He could have been the hero or the victim, the villain, but came out the hero. And what an incredible day. So I think back to that 05 series and what that did for cricket. I think in both countries, but that game at Headingley 12 months ago, that was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the run out. I mean, there's still that lovely little clip on social media, isn't there? There's you, me and Cookie, and there's Adam behind, like a sort of goldfish face. What? Sort of total, sort of incredulous moment where line dropped it. It was just, yes, we'd always share that moment.
I know, it's sort of watching that footage, it was like just the raw emotion. The three of it, and it was all of us that we're living every moment there, wasn't it? And
yes.
To me, that's what cricket's about. And being up in the commentary box now, to be able to live it like that, every ball and right down to the wire, and still feel that passion and for the game, that's what it's about. And it's amazing every time I watch that, just the sheer passion especially between the three of us.
Yes.
Totally different emotions at the end. It is something pretty special, though.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And what was really interesting was, of course, in the documentary that came out after that, was the team meeting afterwards, a bit of a bloodbath, wasn't it? I mean, it was really very, very strong. They really got stuck into the captain, Tim Payne, for his tactics and so on. I mean, it was an interesting approach from Justin Langer to go as hard as they did, but obviously Australia came back to win the next game, so presumably it worked.
Yeah, well, hindsight's always a good thing. You always wonder what you should have done in that situation. They did what they thought was right. I think they created probably 3 opportunities which went begging, and that's all you can do. But when it takes a special innings like what Stokes did, it is amazing. It's fine to sit back and think, okay, we should have try to make him sort of play a bit more, set more aggressive fields or do whatever. But I think Australia were always, that hurt them. They were always going to bounce back. That, the game at Old Trafford, that was important to them. And, but still, it's no matter what happens, you can't erase what happened at Headingley from the Australian perspective. So, there was a lot of passion from both sides. So, that's cricket for you at its best.
Yeah, we were just chatting here, and he's also made a good point, actually, in that T20 cricket arguably was partly responsible, maybe, for England's failings in the first innings when they were bowled out for 67, and yet it was also very responsible for the way that Stokes was able to play to win the game.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And, I look at one-day cricket and the positive impact that had in Test cricket, with scoring rates going up, more aggressive play, but I always wondered sort of where you could take it from there. But T20 cricket, and someone like Stokes he's just an incredible player, and it just suited him down the wire, the T20 format, and sort of what he did that day. He just drew on all his experience and everything he had, and pulled off probably one of the most. I'm not sure he could top that day, to be honest. I know the World Cup final was probably another one. I'm not sure what he's done recently, but he's an incredible player, and good luck to him. So T20 cricket, and it's about exciting. And who said Test cricket was dead? If anyone watching that Test cricket that day, whether you like cricket or not, you couldn't miss it.
And it's interesting, is it? Because actually, having been lucky enough to do both, it's the Test match finish for me that actually. I'm often asked which one was your favourite event of that summer, and I do go Headingley, because yes, I love Test cricket and I want Test cricket to thrive, but it was just so. I mean, anyone could win a super over, but to win a Test match from that is impossible, or almost impossible.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Aggers, and from that position and everything, and sort of we're very much purists, aren't we? Traditionalists, and we love the Test cricket. And at the end of the day, they did win that Test match, the World Cup. They didn't win. It's only a tie, wasn't it, mate?
Oh, Glenn, you see, you've let yourself down. You've let yourself down already.
Glenn, can I ask you a question? 12 months on, how are the emotions about that LBW, Nathan Lyon to Ben Stokes?
Oh, I know. But that's a modern game, isn't it? With the referral system, I think what hurt more is thinking back to that. They just burnt that referral the end of the over previously. If they held on to it, I think that hurts more, because you think if we didn't burn it, we would have won the game. And I think that kills more than the decision itself being given not out. So it's the way to go. The modern game, you've got to be pretty shrewd with your referrals. And that cost them, but we wouldn't have had the finish that we had without that. So it's just that's the name of the game.
I think it was just slipping down the leg side anyway. Didn't you just?
Yeah,
I think
it had an off moment, didn't it?
Just slipping down leg side of off stump, wasn't it?
I actually think what happened there, Glenn, is that they knew that you had no reviews left, and whoever was just dealing with the DRS on that, he thought, we might as well just say it's out, just to try and wind up the Aussies even more.
So you think it was sliding down? That they just made it look like it was hitting stumps, just to rub a bit of salt in the wounds.
Just before you go, Glenn, it's really good of you to join us. Jimmy Anderson, here he is on 599. The weather's horrible, but what an amazing career he's had. I wonder, just reflect on what he's achieved for us.
Absolutely incredible. I'm a big fan of Jimmy, so I think just the fact that he's still playing now, what is this, 656th Test match, is it? That in itself is incredible. The rigours, the stresses, the fast bowlers put on their body day in, day out to turn around and front up and just work your backside off is absolutely incredible. No one's come close to him in matches played. But just his skill level, everything else. I really hope to get back on and he gets that 600th, because when he went past me, I thought he has to get 600 now. That's part of the fast bowling cartel. I think that would be true rewards for an incredible career. So I'll be pretty proud of him once he gets that 600. It's so close, and then I'll be keen to see what he's going to do after that. But he set the bar that high that no one will. I guess Broady's hanging in there, isn't he? He just clocked over 500 the other day. So, but Jimmy, what he's done is he's set the bar a bit like Sachin hasn't he? No one's ever going to catch Sachin in Test cricket for the amount of runs he scored in the matches he played. Jimmy's done the same for fast bowling, and he deserves it.
And just a quick one on the skill, Glenn, particularly. What is it about? What particular skill is it of his that you really admire?
I guess sort of looking through my career, the two that really stand out skill-wise is Jimmy and Wazzy Makram. What they can do with the ball to swing it both ways. It's a real art form. There's no doubt about it. I wish I could have done a little bit more with the ball than what I did. But I didn't have the skill level that Jimmy had. But when he's swinging that ball both ways in control, there's no one better. That's what it is to me. Just the way he can swing, outswing, in swing, at will, is definitely an art form.
Brilliant. Glenn, it's lovely to talk to you. It really is. And there we were a year ago today, you, me and Cookie on that front bench, and it's something we'll always share.
Exactly right. Great to talk, Eggers and Vorney.
Look after yourself.
Cheers, Glenn.
Bye-bye, Glenn. There we go. Isn't that nice? Glenn McGrath, who's there on the commentary front bench for all that incredible finish a year ago today. Laurie Stevens was at the pub working, getting WhatsApp messages from my family who are listening. When the runs required got down to single digits, I managed to find a quiet corner to, inverted commas, polish cutlery whilst watching the conclusion on my phone. That sounds about right. And Steve at Edgbaston, my son, watching the mighty Northants beat Warwickshire in the blast. The crowd below in the concourse are keeping us informed of the last wicket partnership. The groan and cheer for Lions' fumble will live with me forever. Yeah, I know, absolutely. It was absolutely amazing. It's lovely to relive it, actually. We're going to speak to Jim Maxwell in a minute, my Australian colleague, of course. But just a quick update on what's happening out there is that that little squally shower has passed, and they're just mopping up and cleaning up and doing what they can. But you have to say that there's no breaks in the cloud, and looking at the water that's being shoveled off there. It's very, very, very wet, and of course overs are being deducted as we go. England, of course, need 8 wickets to win this match, and Jimmy Anderson is dangling on 500 and 99. Emily Ridway did the right thing, followed the drama on the telly, muted, and with TMS blaring out of the kitchen. My mother kept running between the rooms shouting, "It's too exciting, I can't watch," then going back to her knitting to calm down. The children were being told to be quiet. They had no idea what was going on. One of the ones I loved was the scene on a beach, I think it was in Cornwall, and lots of different pockets of people, families I guess, all listening to the same thing, and all is jumping up at the same. This whole collection of people, families on the beach, all jumping up at the crucial moment. Callum was sitting in a shower block at a festival listening to some bloke's phone. He kept ignoring his wife's calls, brackets, she's going to kill me, close brackets, no idea who he was. An incredibly tense half hour, and at the end there were fist pumps and handshakes all round. Love Test cricket. Yeah, happy times. So we're still sweeping up, and they're going to take lunch at 1 o'clock, and then there's going to be an inspection at 1:40, and we don't know what they're going to say then, but it's still grey.
Yeah, whispers from inside the camp is that it's very, very wet.
Yeah,
very,
well,
very
we can see
squelchy.
That. We don't whisper it. We can see it.
They whispered that they'd be very surprised
if there's any play.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think that is probably what we would agree. I mean, it's a real shame that this Test summer should end like this, if that is the case. But they're trying their best. They are, and I know that the ground staff have had a bit of criticism during the last game, but you can't at all admonish them for anything in the way they've gone about their duties in this match. They've been absolutely brilliant, and they've been out there working in the pouring rain. They've been up in the early hours, sweeping up and clearing up and so on. So they're doing their best. Tony Water was at a beer festival in Brussels, full of Belgians who don't typically get cricket. 2 of us sat on a bench in the middle of the hall, hunched over my pal's mobile, listening to TMS. The locals didn't understand why 2 mad Brits were jumping up and down, occasionally dancing. Well, where were you, Mark? You weren't on the air.
Television.
You were on telly, were you?
Yeah, I was on telly. Yeah, remarkable. I mean, what was interesting is that at the start of the day's play, I don't know if you remember, right at 11 o'clock, the crowd were in. It was full.
Yes.
And it was on the fourth day, so it wasn't like a last day where you pay a fiver and get in with your family, that kind of stuff. It was a full ticket price day. I know the Yorkies are a little bit tight at times, so maybe they wanted the money's worth. It was only going to be an hour or so they got in early. But I just think we all sensed very early in the proceedings on that Sunday that it was sensing specialness. It just felt that something was happening, and every single run in the morning, I think we were miles off, was cheered with a huge roar. And I think it became a bit of fun for the crowd because it was so off that England were losing, and they were losing pretty much until 50 runs when suddenly Ben started to whack them to all parts. But that run out of Josh Buttler, you felt that was it.
Yeah.
Butler could have played a one-day style innings. He was run out, and you think, that's it, surely. And I think the crowd thought, we'll have a bit of fun. They started singing that song, Don't Take Me Home, that the football fans sing. It was echoing around the ground, and it kept on being sung, and that terrace to the right was up on the feet. And I think they were just having a bit of fun. And then within 50 runs, I think they started cheering everyone. I was thinking, wait a minute, this could be actually possible. All that chanting and kind of noise we've created for a few hours, we might be coming to something very, very special. But I think the crowd deserve a lot of credit. They sensed it early.
What we haven't mentioned yet was there's the lunch break that we had on the third day. England bowled out for 67.
Yes.
It was obviously a very poor batting performance, and we all piled in. Future of Test cricket. England can't play Test cricket anymore. Jeffrey was off his long run. Joe Root, I remember that night, gave me an absolutely filthy look as he came off. It was really quite a hostile situation. And when it was being replayed during lockdown, obviously the whole match was replayed on Sports Extra, including that interval. And I was listening to it thinking, cool, we were a bit hard. But my phone went and I looked at it. It was a message, and it was from Joe Root's dad saying, interesting conversation, this ... thinking, oh no, he's listening as well.
Yeah, but it was a right conversation because England were playing poorly.
But what we agreed, I said, okay, so what we agreed was that when the match was over, 2 days later or whatever it was, we would Zoom, each having a drink in our own gardens to celebrate the amazing wins. It turned out all right in the end, but it was a bit dodgy when that conversation was being replayed, because it's hindsight, isn't it? Ian Webber says, I've got very poignant memories of this day last year. It was a summer of cricket for my family. My brother Phil and I bought tickets for the family to see the Cricket World Cup game between Afghanistan and New Zealand at Taunton for my dad John's 70th birthday. We all had a wonderful family day out. Fast forward to the 25th of August and a family barbecue in our garden. I remember cutting the grass in the morning, listening to Ebony being very optimistic about England's chances and being enthralled by the action while listening up until lunch. I stopped listening live then as we were about to start eating, so I began following the text updates and letting the family know what was happening. When it got to 30 to win, I put the radio commentary back on, and we were transfixed to the radio and getting very excited. We're ecstatic when Stokes and Leach got us over the line. After the family had gone back home, thanks to the Sounds app, I was able to rewind it back to hear the winning moment and the reactions again. Little were we to know on that sunny Sunday that just 4 months later my dad would be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and that in February this year he passed away. I've listened to this day's play a couple of times since then, and it always transports me back to a wonderful family day and happy memories of my dad. Well, Ian, I hope that's been the case again now. I've got Jim Maxwell on the phone. We'll be going to him in just a second. Listening to the replay, the commentary reminds me of my unusual viewing listening position, writes Steve and Ollie. Me and my friend Ollie were climbing Eastby Crag, is that what it's called? In North Yorkshire. We've been watching and listening while at home, but lost hope as the wicket's starting to fall. We decided to go climbing and keep tabs on the inevitable demise of the innings. We continue to see the wickets fall. After one route, we checked to see England needing less than 50. We stopped climbing, sat on a sun-drenched ledge watching the magic of Stokes, not believing what we were seeing. It was surreal. A very similar experience in 2005, sitting around a small transistor radio in Northumberland. And thanks again for bringing back such amazing sporting moments. Well, thank you, Steve. Jim Maxwell. Good evening, Jim.
How are you, Agus?
I'm very well indeed. We're just celebrating that wonderful triumph of a year ago today. I suspect you're having a glass of something bubbly there to toast it as well.
No, I've been drinking a little bit of red cordial, as you do, because I've just been doing a session on Zoom, as everyone does these days, with social distancing and all the restrictions. with Lisa Stalaker and Alex Blackwell for the benefit of the primary club. And, Lisa was just made a member, inducted into the Hall of Fame for cricket the other day with Jacques Callis and Zahir Abbas. So that was hot on the conversation, and so it goes. So I haven't been able to listen to you, unfortunately. But it sounds like Rainhampton is still going strong.
It is, I'm afraid, and so it gave us a perfect excuse to relive that incredible last hour, in which, of course, you played a central part as well. How do you look back? How do you look back at it?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt that was the greatest innings to win a test match when there was only one other person to help. And the fact that Jack Leach, what did he survive? An
17
hour and a
balls.
half or so. They need 75, didn't they, for the last wicket when he came
73,
in?
I think, to be exact, isn't it?
73, yeah. Well, they made it there. And that was the extraordinary part of it, that he was able to hang about. I mean, we know what Stokes can do, and the more he went, I mean, to be honest with you, at the time as the afternoon went, I kept thinking, as long as Stokes is batting, England can win this game. Although I was a fairly optimistic Australian when Leach came out to bat, I'd have to say that. But he did his bit. I mean, it was the most extraordinary atmosphere on the terraces. And for some reason, Headingley does produce a few games like this every now and then, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it was an amazing afternoon. And, I was there as you were at Edgbaston in 2005. I've seen some extraordinary finishes. And Australia tend to lose most of the close finishes, I need to tell you, despite the fact that they're the only country that has been involved in 2 tied test matches. But Indeed. They do lose them, and they lost that one. And Stokes was just superb, unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that, to win a game from the point they were at when 9 wickets were down. So an extraordinary game of cricket, and for all of us it says long live test match cricket. It's the best form of the game.
Yeah, here to that. And I think we do dwell on the run out a lot of Nathan Lyon sort of snatching at the ball, obviously tense. He went hard at it and dropping it. I mean, do you think he's got over that? I mean, he obviously, Australia went on to win the next game, but it's one of those moments that haunts you forever, I'd think.
I think if Australia had not at least squared the series, it would still be haunting him. I don't think it is at the moment. I'll give you something here. You remember Joel Wilson came under the pump for not giving the LBW.
Yes.
On the sweep shot. Can I read you something?
Certainly.
That I've kept from that. I got to know Joel a bit as the series went on. You bump into each other in the same hotel and have a few words. So I sent him a note back in Trinidad a little bit after that game. And I said, "Hi Joel, I hope you're well." And I said, "You had a good game at Leeds. What a game." And ignore the comments on the LBW. Hawkeye goes to Carnival, he's a Trinidadian, sometimes, and did with that one. Remember, players make more mistakes than umpires. All the best. Might see you later in the year in Australia. And he came back, and I'll just edit this a bit because he said some words about me and everything else. Good morning from lovely Trinidad. Thanks for your kind words of encouragement. I enjoyed our moments together and hope to see you soon. Don't worry, I'm a strong boy and I believe in myself. I like that.
Yeah,
so,
well, it was...
You haven't seen Joel Wilson since, of course, you've had English umpires. But
yeah, absolutely. Well,
the poor old umpires, they really cop it when things like this occur and there's controversy over decisions. And I think we need to keep things in perspective sometimes.
Fair enough. Very true, Jim. What's happening, before we say goodbye to you, what's happening cricket-wise in Australia? You're obviously coming over here now to play these one-dayers and things, but as far as domestic cricket and so on, where are we? August, you're obviously not quite into your season yet, but there'll be conversations about what might or might not happen. How are things looking?
Not very good. And there's been a fair clamour from Channel 7 that owns the TV rights, Barb's at Cricket Australia. What on earth's going on? Tell us what's happening. Cricket Australia is saying, well, as we all know, particularly in Victoria, the COVID, the pandemic has made life very awkward and difficult to plan. So Cricket Australia at this stage is sort of fobbing everyone off until they have more idea about how they can, tick to the program. And because Channel 7 have got such a huge investment in the game, they've already been looking at trying to push off the BBL onto another network.
Oh, really?
And at least getting some reduction in the fee that they're paying, as have Channel 7 been doing with the Australian rules rights here and other networks with the rugby league because of the forced changes. So everything's in a state of flux at the moment as to what is actually going to happen in terms of when and if and when test matches, one against Afghanistan and then the series against India, is going to happen as per the initial schedule, or will it be pushed back into the new year? So everyone's a little bit concerned here as to how things are going to map out. The only concrete thing we know is that Australia's in England at the moment.
Absolutely.
And the government's given them some guarantee when they come home about quarantine, because this is the other perplexing part of all this. We're a federation, and the state boundaries are pretty hard in some places, even though we are Australia. It comes back to where we were more than 100 years ago. Queensland have got hard ideas about who can come and who can go. Western Australia, Victoria, more relaxed in South Australia and in New South Wales. Tassie don't have to worry about it because they're another nation over the water, so they are locked away. But all these things going on to disrupt life and give people... unfortunately, so much uncertainty about what is going to happen in the next couple of months. So things aren't looking... I'm glad it's not the Ashes year, which is the following year. We really would be going on about this at the moment, but
yes,
that's how it stands. And as you know, if India were not to come for whatever reason in the end, that would cost Cricket Australia a fortune, $360 million in television rights. So they want to make sure that this series goes ahead.
Yeah, and have they been obviously monitoring the way that's being done here with these bio bubbles? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. I can't think of any cricket grounds in Australia that've got hotels on them. Have they? Well, is the new one at Perth?
Adelaide's is going to have one very soon, and so that could be the answer. As we look at what's happening in Victoria, they're already saying that all organised sport in Melbourne basically could be off until Christmas. Well, if that's the case, they're going to have to move the series somewhere, probably into, as you say, some kind of bubble in Adelaide or Sydney. So that's why there are so many question marks. But yes, Adelaide will have a hotel at the ground, and that's the only one that we will have. So maybe, and it won't be such a bad thing if it happens, we'll have 4 tests in Adelaide.
Wow, okay. That'll require some stamina.
That, Angus.
It'll require some stamina, I think. Oh, Jim, well, it is lovely to talk to you. And I'm obviously very concerned about everything in Australia as well. So let's look after yourself. I'm sure you keep well. And we'll see you, hopefully, next year, all things being equal.
Well,
look after yourself.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll raise my glass a little tentatively to Jimmy Anderson's 600th Test wicket.
Yep. It hasn't happened yet. It might not happen today, but it could happen sometime.
How's it looking? Is the weather going to improve?
It's looking very grey, Jim, and very wet. The ground is saturated, and they're going to have a look at. They're going to inspect in about 40 minutes or so. So, thanks, Jim. You look after yourself.
Okay, Aggers, you should play at Bognor Regis. It's the highest place in England.
You raise a glass to Ben Stokes, please.
Okay, I will. It was brilliant.
Cheers, Jim. Yeah, bye, mate. Bye. Jim Maxwell in Sydney. Always good company at this time of the day, where of course it's where are we? 10 in the evening in Sydney, I think, at the moment. So just looking out, it's blustery, it's grey. There's 4 or 5 people gathered there around the fourth umpire, Mike Burns, who hasn't got his umbrella up, so it's clearly not raining. But I'm just looking at the volume of water that's being jetted out of the Super Sopper on our right-hand side there. It's just flooding out. There's hundreds of gallons of water they must have taken off. And I'm just looking at, actually, this is our stump camera technician who's walking out now. So I'm just looking to see, because that was very, very wet. The area that he's walking out is straight out in front of us, up towards the pitch. Now, a couple of hours ago, had he done that, you'd have seen the water rising and sloshing up around his shoes. And I have to be honest, I can't see that now. It's looking pretty muddy. But there's no actual standing water there anymore in that area that he's going through. Sarah Morehouse, I bought very expensive tickets for the new stand for my husband's birthday. We're going back to Headingley, of course, here. Skipped brunch in Leeds to get to Headingley for the start. I'm so glad we did. What an amazing day. What an atmosphere. And I remember listening to the rerun of the commentary the following day in the car on the way to a holiday in Staithes. I don't know how many times I listened. Brilliant memories. They certainly were. Sarah and John and Ward. I was watching my 33-year-old son playing a game for St Giles Cricket Club in Cambridge. I brought a radio to listen, but thinking it was inevitable we'd lose, went out to watch the boy bat. Messages came out that we were still batting, and eventually the game was halted. This seems quite a common theme, actually. A lot of these games that were being played that day stopped. We all gathered around the radio in the clubhouse. Then someone with a phone streaming visuals turned up and all gathered around that. Unfortunately, the phone was about a minute or so behind, so the radio was turned down. All but me followed on the phone. I put my ear to the radio. I therefore knew England had won about a minute before the others. I held my breath, got outside the clubhouse and exploded. Unfortunately, there were others gathered around another phone that hadn't spotted, and I rather spoiled the moment for them. Well, radio's always ahead of the game, John. Gareth in Lincoln, hello Aggers. A year ago, I was umpiring a club game in Lincoln. We were at the tea break when the climax of the test was going on. We'd reached the 30-minute limit for tea when my slightly officious colleague said to me, "We should be going back out now for the second innings." My reply was, "You can go if you like, but 22 players and I are not moving till the test is finished." Good decision. Thanks, Gareth, for that, and to everyone who's been inspired to write in, having listened to that again. And of course, the reason that we've played it today, not only because it's a year to the day that it happened, but because there's nothing happening in front of us at all apart from the mopping up operation. Mark Ramprakash is come to join me here. I think what we're going to do shortly is gather some journalists together, and Dan Norcross is going to try and keep that unruly mob in some sort of order. So we're just gathering, I think, people while we do that. Well, Mark, where were you that day, a year ago today? You were sitting in the dressing room chewing your fingernails, presumably, weren't you?
Which day was that, Aggers? I've been paying really close attention, haven't I?
Oh, actually, you weren't. No, I got that wrong, because you actually weren't in the dressing room then, were you? You'd moved on, as we say. Now, we're talking about Ben Stokes' innings. And so where were you when you watched that at Headingley?
Do you know, I have no idea. Yes, I've got no idea.
You're saying that with a straight face?
Yeah, I've got no idea. No, I can't remember where I was. No.
Really?
Yeah. Surprising, huh?
Surprising? We've just spent 2 hours of people reliving, abandoning matches and everything else, and you can't remember where you were? You can't, can you?
I can't, no, wow. Genuinely.
I thought you were winding me up.
No.
Wow.
But wasn't it great?
Yes. Have you watched it since, or listened to it since?
I've seen bits and pieces. Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces. I was obviously doing something very important.
You must have been.
Clearly.
Alistair Cook called it the greatest innings ever played by an Englishman.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Certainly because of the whole situation, the way he started. I mean, yes. That's so unben-like. I mean, when he first came on the scene, of course, we remember that rollicking 100 at Perth. And I was lucky enough to do a little bit with him in the Lions, and of course he used to play shots. He used to put bat to ball, and then of course he had a quiet period in the Test side and got left out, didn't he?
Yes.
So he had a number of single-figure scores, and to see the development there in his game. I mean, he's possibly become the most adaptable England player, hasn't he? I mean, if you look at that World Cup. England became so reliant on him in that middle order, not through coming and smacking it all around the place, but it was his adaptability to the situation and under huge pressure. So arguably he's become England's most adaptable player. I mean, that is saying something from where he was as a 20-21-year-old.
Who could bat virtually any position too. He's got a proper defensive technique, of course, as we've seen several times now.
Yeah, and so that innings he was 50 off, or 2 off 50 balls, isn't he? Something like that. And it looked very much backs against the wall. I think it's the tours overseas, Aggers, if I'm honest. I've seen him really think about his cricket. He's been exposed to different ideas. I think his play against spin and his confidence of defending spin has really grown, and that is through experiences of going to India, Sri Lanka, UAE, talking to different players about spin, being open-minded enough. We were having a conversation the other day about the great players and how that they back themselves and the way they play, and at times they may say to coaches, no, I'm all right, I'm going to stick with what I'm doing, but on other times they are open-minded enough to keep evolving, keep listening, and then they might grab something and think, oh yeah, no, actually I like that might work for me. And I think Ben has done that terrifically well. And as I say, that the shots that we've seen, I mean, the double 100 at Cape Town, but then to play as kind of managing risk in the World Cup, those innings under huge pressure for England, he managed risk so well, where he was taking on options that were fairly low risk but keeping the board ticking, on pitches that weren't necessarily straightforward. And whereas I've always waxed lyrical about Joe Root and his adaptability and the way he can play different situations, I guess on current form, Ben Stokes is the man who England will look to, and that's why it was interesting to see him to see England without him. Yes. And not a bad thing for the side, actually. Probably to keep evolving, not become over-reliant on his presence, his character in the dressing room, not just his performance with bat and ball, but his character and presence in the dressing room. Quite good, actually, to get a lot of young men in that dressing room, have a couple of matches without him. And then, of course, when he comes back, England are really building nicely, and they've got a bit of depth to choose from.
Yes. I presume you would have played a bit with Ian Botham as well, who just dominated the dressing room, didn't he? He just sort of dumped, I remember, all his sort of kit in the middle of the dressing room and just lived there, really, and just everything revolved around him. Is Ben Stokes like that in the dressing room? Does the world revolve around this huge character?
Actually, you know what? He's very down to earth. He's action. He's always doing something. I mean, he's the first off the practice ground to quickly change into his golfing gear and off he goes. And that's really nice. And I think he's a guy who mixes with anyone. He likes harmony, so he likes being with his teammates. He can. It doesn't matter, what group it might. He can go and have dinner with Moeen Ali or Adil Rashid. He can go and have dinner with Woakes or Joe Root. It doesn't really matter. He's a very sociable guy, very easygoing in people's company, and I think that's a great strength of the England dressing room at the moment. Is someone like Joe Root, Josh Buttler, Ben Stokes. They are the senior players, and they're very welcoming to those who come into that dressing room, and the young players gravitate towards them. Someone like Ollie Pope in Sri Lanka really hung on Joe Root's every word and learnt so much off him, and watching him go about his preparation, listening to the way he talked about the game, and then of course being lucky enough to be out at the crease with him. I mean, what greater education can you have as a young player to be out at the crease batting with one of the world's best players? And Ollie Pope has managed to do that. So I think that with Ben Stokes, he's had to shoulder so much limelight and responsibility within that England side as a talisman, as an all-rounder, and isn't it great to see him flourish? And of course, in these current circumstances that he's facing, we all hope that things go well and we see him again soon in England shirt. Yeah,
but he's on his way to New Zealand as we speak, I think. Right. So there we go. We're down to one sopper. Actually, no. The other one's discharging at the other end of the ground, but the other one, he's got his flashing light on, still kicking up some water there. You can see as it trundles over the grass. It's still very, very wet. It's saturated. I think, literally, it's so much water lying around. Jimmy Anderson, of course, possibly denied. We don't know. It's possible that we might get some play today. And again, you know him very well, Mark. What do you think? He's being sort of quite philosophical about this, do you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, Jimmy is, whereas Ben Stokes is quite sort of, jokey and happy and relaxed in his demeanour around the dressing room, Jimmy is a little bit more introverted. Great sense of humour, yes. But he's a little bit more inward-looking, perhaps. And bowling is hard work, isn't it? I mean, I don't have to tell you, but I've always looked at fast bowlers and the physical nature of what they do and how difficult it is, and it's no wonder they're a bit grumpy now and again, is it? So we can forgive them for that.
You sometimes have to get grumpy to get you going.
Yeah, I think so. He'll be resting up. I mean, he's bowled a few overs, hasn't he, this week? It will be on his mind, no question about it. I was there, lucky enough, in Antigua when he got to a milestone, the Beefy milestone, and the relief when he finally got there, it was clearly on his mind. I bumped into Chris Silverwood actually just about half an hour ago, and he was saying, look, it is very, very wet, but it's not impossible. We may get something, maybe 3:30. And of course, the first thing he said was, wouldn't it be lovely if Jimmy got to the milestone? So I think that England team is very, very much aware and would be very happy to stay on and obviously try and win the game, clearly. But wouldn't it be lovely if he could get there in this game?
It would. I can see on a screen in front of me here, there's a reputable group there. We've got George de Bell, Will McPherson, who's got a very long-haired lockdown look about him. They're coming on in a second to come and talk to Dan about what's the whole summer, I guess, and the experience that it's been, and highs and lows and everything else. We're still hoping that we might get some play, but rather clinging to the hope if there's any more rain, I suspect they won't. Mark or Andy, if you've got a real emergency stat about virtually nothing, Andy, down there, you usually conjure something up, but I've got to get out of this seat. So if you can just make one up, and I'll let Dan come in here.
Aggers. We're just looking back at the Stokes-Leach partnership. It was the second highest for the 10th wicket to win a game, and the highest was earlier in 2019 for Sri Lanka. Kusal Perera and Vishwa Fernando added 78 in Durban. A very similar situation, although Fernando was rather less adept, a tail ender compared with Jack Leach, but he hung around to get 6 from 27 balls. Perera, in the course of making 153, scored 67 from 68 in the final wicket partnership, and they scored an extraordinary win in Durban. So the two highest 10th wicket stands to win a test happened within a few months of each other. I don't know whether the fact that Perera had done that for Sri Lanka gave England extra hope during that situation, or well, it certainly didn't for me as an England fan, following on a phone in a room in Edinburgh. But it was two of the most extraordinary victories in test history happened within a few months of each other.
And actually, Andy, it was quite a similar style of innings, wasn't it, from Perera? You remember he smashed Dale Steyn. He went after Dale Steyn, wasn't it, and kept pulling him over deep mid wicket for 6. It was similar kind of urgency, wasn't it, to get over the line quickly because he couldn't really trust the number 11. Mark Ramprakash may not remember where he was, but I was on a rooftop at Maidenhead and Bray calling a game for the Lord's Taverners, and my heart wasn't really in the Lord's Taverners game quite so much.
I was about to go on stage at the Edinburgh Festival when it ended. I was doing a show that started about 4:40 in the afternoon, and it was a show where I walked up and down the queue outside taking requests from audience members as to what they wanted to hear about in the show, and I think 2/3 of the audience were watching the cricket on their phones or listening on little radios. I was watching it on my phone, partially paying attention to what I was about to have to do in a gig, and I've never known such a giddy atmosphere at the start of any of my comedy shows. About 100 people there, and I think a good proportion of them were in a state of considerable
emotional
ferment, shall we say.
Well, I burst into tears. It was pathetic. Anyway, let's move on from Headingley 2019, because that was a year ago. And I'm very delighted to say, by to my right, Stefan Schemmelt from the BBC Sport website, our cricket man, scribbler. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Daniel.
George DeBell of ESPN Cricinfo, he's finally had his haircut, I'm delighted to see. And a man who hasn't had his haircut, the wild man of Wonga, Will McPherson from The Standard. Thanks very much for joining us all here. What I want to start with is looking back at the first real year of Chris Silverwood, because he's now had 2 tours away, 2 series at home. England have won their last 3 series, which Andy tells me is the first time they've won 3 series in a row since they won 10 in a row, 6 in a row, some moons back. So what have we gathered from Chris Silverwood? I'll start with you, George. Has England's style changed particularly from the Bayliss era to this one?
It has a little bit, hasn't it? They've become... hello, everybody, I should say, first of all. Yeah, I think it's changed a little bit. I think they've probably become a little bit more sophisticated in their approach. We all know that Trevor was very much, you've got to be positive and get on with it. And ironically, in Zach Crawley, a top-order batsman has been discovered who was probably exactly what Trevor was looking for. You know, the top-order batsman that had a decent defence, but actually had loads of shots and had the ability to score relatively freely. But I think what we've seen is England play a more traditional Test game, play slightly more attritional cricket, and they're trying to look to the future a little bit as well, and perhaps take a bit more notice of what's going on in the counter game. Not that that's really been an option this year. So I think, a little bit of progress.
There's an emphasis on first innings runs, isn't there? There seems to be. Stefan?
Yeah, it's almost like it never occurred to them before that getting big runs in the first innings was the way to win Test matches. And because that's what they talk about quite so often now, this blueprint that how they want to win their games. Yeah, that is the plan, to get a big score in the first innings and take it from there, like it is a revolutionary tactic. I'm being slightly facetious, of course, because I'm picking up on what George has said in the way that Trevor Bayliss, he wasn't so much a how long, he was a how many man. It was, if it takes you not as long but you get more runs, that's fine, and if we get into problems doing that, well, we'll mop that up later. And that is what the sort of the rhetoric coming out of the England camp since Chris Silverwood has taken over has been. And also there is more of an emphasis on Test cricket because Trevor Bayliss, and because English cricket was so geared up to winning the World Cup last summer, and that was mission accomplished. And when Chris Silverwood came in, he was given more of a clear mandate to focus on the Test match team, and there has been a lot of talk, rightly or wrongly, focusing on the Ashes in 18 months' time. And yes, English cricket can get carried away with Ashes series results as if it's the be-all and end-all, but I think the reality is often captains and coaches, they are judged on what happens in those series, because nothing focuses the mind quite so much, or how can I put it, instigates a clear out quite so quickly as a gubbing by Australia.
Will McPherson, how much of this though is simply that the players that are available to Chris Silverwood are just different? I mean, can you imagine Jason Roy being picked for England to open the batting now, or is it just that because Dominic Sibley has come through and Rory Burns cemented his place and Zach Crawley's shown promise, Silverwood's a bit luckier in his top order, isn't he? The top order kept on failing under Bayliss. Was that Bayliss's fault, or was it just simply a matter of the players and the time in their career?
Yeah, well, hello everyone. I think there's a point to raise there, that England have actually barely played any white ball cricket in the last year. Anyway, they had that tour to New Zealand where they really experimented, and then they had a few games in South Africa, and now they're having a few more at the end of this summer. Josh Buttler hasn't hit a white ball since January, and he's known as the great white ball cricketer, I suppose. So there has been a focus on Test cricket, partially because Chris Silverwood and Joe Root want that, and the World Cup has happened and all those kind of things, but also partly because of the fixture list. You know, England would have played 8 tests over winter. They only played 6 because of the pandemic, and they've played 6 more this summer. So I think 12 tests is a sort of amount we can start to judge how this team is taking shape, and it has been a winter and summer of progress. I think there are still a lot of things that need sorting out, but they're definitely getting there. And as Stefan used the word blueprint, that is the thing they keep harping on about, wanting to have a plan And as he said as well, it's not the most revolutionary plan you'll ever hear, but it is a sensible one, and I think they're much better set up to succeed in Test cricket now than they were a year ago. I mean, there were some slightly unwise selections in the Bayliss years. It's not necessarily, that's not pinning it all at Trevor's door. Obviously, his knowledge of county cricket wasn't as great, but going into last winter, they picked Sibley, who was a weight of runs in county cricket pick, and they've picked Crawley, who's ended up coming good in quite spectacular fashion in this game, and he was more of a hunch. So they are looking at the county game a bit more, and I think that'll stand them in good stead when going forward.
George, Will mentioned Buttler there and not having hit a white ball. Is that in some way, does that explain why, looking at his scores, I've just got his scores in front of me here this summer, 35 and 9 in the first game against West Indies, 40 and an anomalous duck opening the batting suddenly when they were going for runs, 67, 38, 75 and 152. I mean, and they've been done not with massive flamboyance, have they? Not in this sort of what we thought of the white ball Buttler, what he could bring to a test setup. He seems to have been playing, I mean, just looking at his 152, his strike rate was under 50 in that. It was Crawley who was the aggressor. Is that in part because he's not had to hit a white ball, do you think, or because he's been asked to do a different job with Jonathan Trott, perhaps helping him with his test match technique?
He says not, doesn't he? He reckons that he takes confidence from his white ball cricket, which I think you can understand, but I always think that competence really breeds confidence, and the ability to work just on his red ball game without having to worry about anything else. And it has probably been quite helpful. I think he has changed his technique a little bit, and it will be interesting to see if he changes it back when he starts to play white ball cricket. Look, I'll be honest with you about Joss. I would have dropped him after the South Africa tour. Thought he'd been given quite a lot of opportunities, and he's gone quite a long way towards proving me wrong, because he's also taken in this game actually some terrific catches, but he's also missed some, and I don't know how much progress they've made with that situation. I mean, he has at times batted really, really well. He always bats selflessly. He's clearly an asset in the environment, but at the same time, is he a worry standing up to spin in India, UAE or wherever it is, and Sri Lanka? Well, yeah, I think he really is. So I don't know what they do there, but he has at times batted really well. He batted equally well in Manchester in that run chase. I know the score isn't as big, but it was terrifically difficult, and he was super. So I don't know how much progress they've made there, but to some extent they could say that he has justified their faith in him and vindicated the selectors' pick. I'm personally not 100% convinced, but maybe that's just churlish.
Well, the batting side of things for England does seem a little bit more settled. You'd have Ben Stokes coming back as well, who's been in terrific form with the bat in the last couple of years. Andy, what his stats in the last year or two with the bat of Ben Stokes?
Yes.
What have you got for me there?
He was, I think from memory we talked about this yesterday, averaging about 56 in his last 14 or 15 test matches.
I mean, he's that kind of asset for England, and with a top order that's relatively settled, you would say, certainly for Sibley and Crawley, and Burns had a couple of similar dismissals, but he's also had 100 this season, so, well, not 100 as he's got 90, but you would think that the batting feels a lot more settled, but the bowling, do they know what they're doing precisely with the bowling? When we began this summer, there was a sort of implication that they were going to play their best team, and that was Wood, Archer, Anderson, Stokes, Bess was the bowling attack, wasn't it? Now, Stefan, Wood hasn't played since then. Archer's been in and out, sort of rested. Curran's been in and out. Do they know what is their best seam bowling lineup?
I think they know what it is in the UK. I don't think they've made a great deal of progress in knowing what it will be away from home. But I think that is also slightly born out of conditions. If you look at some of the pitches and some of the circumstances that England have found themselves playing these matches in, then they have reverted to type. I think it's really easy for us to, outside of the England team, to say that England should be doing this, that and the other in home test matches in order to make themselves better for away games. But the fact of the matter is, Joe Root will look at that coming back after England lost the first Test match, when they'd done something slightly different with Archer, Wood and Anderson, and they'd left Broad out, and you can debate for as long as you want whether or not Stuart Broad should have been left out. They still don't want to lose home Test matches, and so when you are Joe Root and you're 1-0 down, and you know that you've got Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, who are still England's best assets in home conditions, it must be incredibly difficult to then leave them on the sidelines. And it is proven that when England have played them, I think Broad and Woakes, I think Anderson, I think they've all played 5 Test matches this summer. Maybe Anderson's only played 4. Andy will correct me. And we were talking about this yesterday when we shortlisted England's 6 best players of the summer, and Jofra Archer wasn't in it. And we sort of made the point that if you'd asked them at the beginning of the summer who would they have wanted to had a good year, they would have really wanted Jofra Archer to be up there as one of their players of the summer, and it just hasn't happened. Because if you look at the bowlers that they've got, in all conditions at the start of the summer, you would have said, both at home and away, looking towards the future, when they tour the subcontinent this winter and then Australia further down the line, of all their pace bowlers, Archer would be the one pace bowler they would have picked in all of those conditions. And it might still be the case, but it's probably not as strong an argument as it was 6 Test matches ago.
Well, let's take a look at the winter. We don't really know what it's going to look like at the moment, but I suppose we could work on the assumption that there will be tests against India, but they'll take place in the UAE, and there might be a tour to Sri Lanka. Now, when England toured Sri Lanka the last time, hardly any overs were bowled by the seamers at all. If Stokes is playing, there's an argument that you only need to pick one other seamer. In the UAE, however, Broad and Anderson have got a pretty decent record there, and England's spinners less so. So, Will, how do you see the winter panning out? I mean, England have only used one spinner, if you don't count Joe Root, and that's Dom Bess. Now, by the time they get to the UAE and get to Sri Lanka, they're going to need arguably 3, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they employed 3 with great success in Sri Lanka in late 2018. Those 3 were Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid and Jack Leach. I would say that the first 2 of those are currently unavailable for Test cricket, and Jack Leach is sort of England's sort of permanent gopher at the moment, which is not an easy role to fulfil. Moeen is definitely unavailable. Rashid, there's been some sort of rumblings over the last couple of weeks. Ed Smith has sort of said he's interested in him playing, but I don't think Rashid is terribly interested in playing 4-day cricket for Yorkshire, and obviously with the strange summer we've had, we're running out of 4-day games for him to possibly play anyway. So I think that ship will be a tricky one to leave the harbour, I suspect, but you never know. They definitely have problems in the spin department. Dom Bess he's clearly a work in progress, isn't he? He's got, the sort of common line that you hear about Bess is that he's got a bit about him, which is a Trevor Bayliss phrase, which has sort of seeped through into this next era as well. But there's something there to work with. He is also only 23. One thing that hasn't helped him this summer is that he's barely bowled at a left-hander. So this series, when he has bowled at left-handers, he's troubled them. Buttler missed two chances off Shan Masood at Old Trafford, and then he got Fawad Alam out here when he bowled in. So that, in a way, I suppose that's encouraging. I think the feeling is that Leach is a better spinner, but Leach has not played any cricket. It's a bit like the conversation about Woakes. Woakes hadn't, until this week when he's gone back to Surrey, taken a few blinding catches and scored 100. Woakes hadn't played a first-class game in 11 months. So Leach has got that issue too. Just be great to see him play some cricket this summer, wouldn't it? I mean, he's had to stay in the bubble until the very bitter end here, and I think there's only one Bob Willis Trophy game after this round, and then Somerset have actually got a good chance to getting to the final, which would delight George. But there's not much red ball cricket for him to play. He'll definitely be involved in wherever England are going this winter, but it's not easy right now to predict what that attack might look like. I don't think Matt Parkinson's ready. If you think about other spinners who've played Test cricket, well, there aren't many. Mason Crane played a test at the end of the Ashes series last time, but he hasn't played much red ball cricket since then either, so they're really short on options, I would say. And it might come down to, if England can succeed in those conditions, it might come down conversely to how well their seamers bowl, and whether those spinners can just sort of do a job, if you like, Bess and Leach, and then maybe one of Rashid and Moeen could be, although they do tend to come as a pair on tour, so they might be persuaded to tour together. But yeah, it's not an easy attack to pull together that, and I could very easily see that tour, or those tours, a bit of time in the subcontinent, disrupting England's carefully laid plans for the next 18 months. But I hope not.
Well, it doesn't really help, does it? Because we're so fixated on the Ashes, and the next Ashes series is in Australia. It's a very different kind of requirement from the UAE or Sri Lanka. Before I come to you, George, Andy, you've got some data on spinners.
Well, just 8 wickets for England's spinners, all taken by Bess this year. It's the fewest wickets England's spinners have taken in the home season since 2001. Bess himself has averaged 52. Reasonable economy rate of 3.2. We look back, Leach last year, 12 wickets at 28. Moeen Ali in 2018, 12 wickets at 21. Moeen Ali had 48 wickets, averaged 25 in his last 10 test matches. So he had a, probably, and averaging under 30 in his last sort of 25, 30 tests. So he'd had a good period with the ball, and whether he will play Test cricket again or not, I'm not sure. But it's been. I think you could ask questions about the selections of Bess in purely for this summer, but they've clearly seen him as a long-term project player.
George, Moeen is a big loss for England, isn't he? I mean, he managed to balance that side so well as well. And I remember some people, we were having a chat yesterday, and the suggestion was made, I think it might have been by you, Stefan, that if he wasn't such a good batsman, he'd never got dropped. Because it's when his batting fails, he seems to get terrible stick, even though he's got 180 odd wickets. He's one of England's leading wicket takers in Test cricket for spinners. Why has he been lost to the Test team, and is there any chance of him coming back?
He's been extremely poorly managed. So at the time he was left out, he was in the Ashes after one bad test. I thought it was the right thing to do. I thought he needed a break. I thought he needed to decompress and get away for a bit. But he was, at the time, to put in perspective, the top wicket taker in Test cricket in the world in the previous 12 months. In the world. It's unthinkable that the top run scorer would have been dropped, isn't it? So I think it was fair enough to give him some space, but then he lost his central contract at the end of that season, shortly afterwards, which I thought was ludicrous, to be honest, because just at the time when he needed to be included and nurtured, he was shunned. And that's, I think, fair to say how he feels about it. So I thought that was a major mistake, and you don't really want to start from where you are now with that relationship. But he could easily be one round, in my view. I think he would love to play for England again and would remain an asset. I don't quite know where his game is right now. The runs thing is relevant because I think he probably defines himself as a batsman, and he takes a lot of confidence from his batting still. And that's, going back to an earlier question, a big difference from the Trevor Davis era, that England used to have a lot of all-round depth. Obviously, he scored quite a lot of runs at 8 or even higher. But he did help rebuild. He was very important to the 15 Ashes with those runs. And I think on the last tour of India, he scored 2 Test centuries. So I find it remarkable how Moeen has been treated, and I just wonder if he had benefited from the same sort of patience and nurturing as Joss Buttler and even Joe Denley, how he would have fared. I think they've got that one wrong and they need to relook at it.
Andy?
It's also worth looking at Moeen's workload over he had 5 years from his debut in the Test side in 2014, playing pretty much unbroken 3-format cricket. Only Nathan Lyon bowled more overs in all international cricket in that time. No other bowler bowled in more separate innings. He played 176 international matches in all formats. So if there was a sense that his batteries needed recharging at that point, you could fully understand it, given his workload as a bowler but as an all-rounder.
Well, it's very hard to see where a third spinner comes from if you're going to Sri Lanka at the moment. I mean, I've seen quite a bit of Amar Verdi, but I wouldn't say that he's anywhere near Test selection yet. A bit too young, doesn't have the experience. Mason Crane has taken a lot of wickets in the Bob Willis Trophy, but I haven't seen him bowl, I've got to say. Have you seen Mason Crane? I know you sort of follow him around quite a bit, Will.
I haven't seen him bowl. I do know he's been an effective mopper up of the tail. I think he would admit that that's been his role, and that most of his wickets have been numbered 9, 10 and 11. I don't think he is anywhere close to a Test call, nor should he be. And I think England have got an issue, but they have actually got quite a lot of promising young spinners. But and they've got some good wrist spinners for white ball cricket, and I would put Crane and Parkinson in that category, and then some promising finger spinners for Test cricket. So Verdi, you mentioned there, and Bess. They're promising, but it's kind of they're not there yet. England have got a lot of players. They're building a strong net of players. I mean, we mentioned Woakes earlier. Personally, if they are going to subcontinent, I don't think they can afford to miss the kind of chances behind the stumps that Buttler has missed this summer. And now that Buttler has sort of cemented his place as a batsman again, or reasserted himself as a batsman, maybe they could consider him batting at 6 in the subcontinent, and Woakes at 7 with 2 spinners and three seamers, including Stokes. Possibly. They'd have to be pretty durable seamers, I think. I'm not sure that's a winning formula, but it might be as close as England get to a winning formula in that part of the world.
Stefan?
England have been very keen to talk about having a squad of players. It's not just about the starting 11, it's about them a much wider group where they can choose players for the conditions. And now normally we associate that with the bowlers, and this is what we're talking about with the spinners, because we'd expect them that they would have to play a huge part in the subcontinent. But as part of that challenge of how they're going to find the spinners that can do a job there, it's also the wider squad, and something that Will's touching on there with, who keeps wicket, and then therefore if Buttler plays as a batsman, how does that affect the rest of the top 6? If you think back to the Sri Lanka tour that was postponed, one man who was on that tour was Keaton Jennings. Now, Rory Burns was injured, and Dom Sibley, and particularly Zach Crawley's stock probably wasn't as high as it is now. But it was that first sort of suggestion that England might be picking batsmen for conditions rather than just bowlers for conditions. And so one option could be that if Buttler doesn't keep wicket and he moves up the order, that maybe one of Burns or Sibley, or even both of them, miss out in the subcontinent in favour of, say, an opening partnership of Keaton Jennings and Zach Crawley. But you touched on it, Dan, that England have got almost this 18-month project leading up towards Australia for next year, and if things do go badly in the subcontinent, and we saw last time that things can unravel pretty quickly just because of what a demanding tour it is and how brilliant India are in home conditions, or I'm sure they'll be just as good if it turns out that series is played in the UAE. England are they're almost making decisions now for who could be in the team in the future, both in the next home summer and beyond, because with the understanding that things will be so different in the subcontinent that players could take a battering, they may just have to have a bit of faith, particularly in the batsman, and then maybe learn a bit more about who their first choice spinner might be when they only need to play one of them.
I want to move off England just for a bit and take a look at the 2 opponents that England have had in this unusual summer, West Indies and Pakistan. These are both sides that have incredible obstacles in their way to being able to compete with the very best. The West Indies have financial issues, and as well as putting together teams made up from a whole load of different nations. Pakistan have barely played any cricket at home for many years, and they're also a board that hasn't got a lot of money. George, how much has the West Indies and Pakistan impressed you in Test cricket? When we get very worried about Test cricket, we're always worried about Test cricket. How have you seen them as teams this summer?
Well, on a real basic level, first of all, I think all the players, all the teams, and maybe particularly England, deserve a lot of credit, because we maybe don't want to go on about this too much, but they have been in the same hotel rooms, 1 or 2 hotel rooms, for 10 weeks, some of them, and it is getting, you do find yourself, as someone who's sort of living the same life, going a little bit insane, and I think they deserve... because it's actually worse and more difficult than tour, because at least when they're on tour they can go out to dinner, they can have their family around and all those sorts of things. This has been really quite difficult. They haven't made a fuss about it, they've just got on with it, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. I really do. Anyway, in terms of those teams, I thought West Indies cricket's making progress. It's very, very difficult to win in England. When's the last time they won here? 88, yeah? And they could have done, actually. It was, the 4th day of the second test, things started to slide away from them. They've probably persevered with the same bowling attack a bit too long, but there was very little between the sides. I think they're going in the right direction, and I think they have good leadership, good management at a high level. Pakistan, to some extent, the same thing. There's almost nothing between these two teams. They probably should have won the first test of this series, and then everything looks a bit different. Again, they've made a mistake in playing one too few seamers. I think they should have played an all-rounder, maybe Azhar. Fahim would have helped balance the side more. But again, it looks as if they're going in the right direction. And I'll just say one more thing, that if it's important for us to have got cricket on this summer, which it undoubtedly was, it's equally important to get cricket on in Pakistan, and England must. They must go to Pakistan when they're next scheduled and have a full tour there. I'd love to go watch as well. So we must remember that Pakistan and West Indies have done England a real favour this summer.
That's a very good point, isn't it, Will? I mean, there's talk of the West Indies wanting England to go and tour there because they're a big draw, especially for economies that are based heavily around tourism. Now, I mean, I don't suppose there's a great deal of point in England going necessary to go and do a random behind closed doors tour for the West Indies. That's not going to help local economies a great deal. But do you feel that there is now an onus of responsibility? Because rather too often a sense is got that the BCCI, Cricket Australia and the ECB don't necessarily go out of their way to help and nurture the other countries that they really need to nurture in order to have opposition to make Test cricket the spectacle that they need it to be.
Yeah, I mean, first thing says, I don't think international cricket will be any fun if we continue down the path we were heading a couple of years ago, which was that England, Australia and India were going to be the only Test teams still playing. That should be of no interest to anyone. Pakistan and West Indies have been brilliant this summer, as George referenced. I think England have had two massive sliding doors moments. I think that fourth afternoon in the second test at Old Trafford against West Indies, when Broad and Woakes with the new ball meant England got back into the series and were able to win that game. And then the fourth afternoon at Old Trafford in the first test against Pakistan, without Woakes and Buttler's partnership, England go down probably by about 60 runs, maybe more, and England don't win either of their series this summer if those two things don't happen. There is now an onus on the ECB at a very trying time for them financially as well, it's worth mentioning, but they need to to look at the big picture here and look out for Pakistan and West Indies. I mean, there's currently, so New Zealand are pretty optimistic about having some international cricket this English winter, not involving England, and Australia are sort of cautiously optimistic about their series against India. But otherwise, we're looking at a pretty sort of blank international calendar here. We're stepping out of this Test match, and I don't know when the next one will be between any teams. So all boards are going to have to work together. They're going to have to be sensible here, and they're going to have to look out for each other. I think we're now at the point where England going to Pakistan is no longer a taboo issue in terms of safety. I mean, all of us were on that tour of Bangladesh in 2016, and we think I think the England players that helped sort of soften attitudes. English players have been going to the Pakistan Super League in Lahore and Karachi, and that includes players who played Test cricket like Jason Roy, and they all reported having a great time and felt very safe. Reg Dickerson, who's sort of the ECB's he's now like international cricket's safety guru, but he's heading all that stuff up. I think the feeling is that Pakistan would be a great place for any international team to tour now. Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and people like that have been. Now it's time for England to go. I think 2022 there's a tour scheduled, and that has to be in Pakistan. And then the Caribbean, as you say, maybe the local economy in St Lucia and all these beautiful islands wouldn't get the boost it needs right now, but the West Indies Cricket Board would if the broadcast deal is correct. So I think the ECB needs to be enlightened over the next few months and prepared to do some things that they should by right, but maybe haven't been prepared to do in the recent past.
Sorry, George.
Well, I was just going to say that I'm pretty confident what will happen with the West Indies thing is that the next series England play there is currently scheduled to be 2 games, which is far too short. So I'm pretty confident that will be scheduled to be 3 games, which will help, and that will be the main way that England repay the Caribbean. But whether that's enough, I don't know. I mean, long term, you have to be looking at a structural change in the way that money is distributed at ICC level. That has to happen.
Well, that was exactly the question I was going to ask all of you, and so I'll start with Stefan. I mean, the ICC surely has to step in here. Jason Holder was very strong on this. We had a long conversation with him, Andy, and Ellie Oldroyd, myself, and Ali Mitchell at the end of the last Test match, and he's adamant that the problems in Test cricket are structural and they can only be solved at the very, very top. And the ICC does receive quite a lot of money out of the rights for World Cups and, well, vast numbers of World Cups. Isn't it for them to be bolstering these other nations? I mean, couldn't there be a way in which they contribute to contract costs? We've seen so many players lost to Test cricket, especially from South Africa, because, you know, a county contract at Yorkshire was enough for Dwan Olivier to leave Test cricket when he was actually doing rather well in it, which tells you something about how little money some of these boards have got.
I think Will was right when he was touching on the conversation that needs to go on across the entire global game at the end of this summer. Not just because of what happens, say, for schedules and structures over the next 6 months, say, between now and the next English summer, but also the next few years, because one of the problems that we're facing in terms of scheduling extra tours, not necessarily in the short term when there's not a great deal going on, but it's time. So if you look already, the ICC have already set their stall out about how they're rescheduling the T20 World Cup that should have taken place in this autumn for the autumn of 2022. So we've got 3 ICC global men's tournaments coming over the next 3 years, 2 T20 World Cup and a men's World Cup, 2 of which are in India. Women's cricket, it's brilliant that they've got so many events on, but they're also stacking up. That's going to be a lot of attention taken.
And we haven't had any women's cricket so far in this summer at all.
No, but in sort of the global game, the next couple of years is looking very, very congested. And so when we're talking about, you know, maybe England's next tour to the West Indies being lengthened, or whenever it is their next schedule to go to Pakistan, which I think is the end of 2022, how that tour goes, it's really fitting all this cricket in. It's a problem that we've had pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, when more and more things have got to be crammed in. It's going to be really interesting how they find answers to those questions.
And let's just have a look at women's cricket here, because you know, the Women's World Cup was due. The last one had bigger audiences than ever. Women's cricket was never more popular. Lord's was basically sold out. I don't exactly understand why that World Cup had to be postponed. Was that because they felt they weren't going to get crowds in, so they didn't want such a big event to take place behind closed doors? It's just that, you know, if you were a woman cricketer at the moment, you'd be forgiven for being a bit miffed, to say the least, because, you know, where Pakistan and the West Indies have been able to come over here with their men's team, the women were due to play a tri-series with South Africa and India, which would have been pretty high profile. Now, both of those sides aren't coming over. We don't know yet, we've had no confirmation if anybody is coming over. There's talk of the West Indies maybe being able to send a team over, but their cricket has not been prioritised, has it, Will?
No, it hasn't. Miffed is the right word if you're a female cricketer at the moment. It's been a few years of huge progress, and basically it's incredible really, the last international sport before the lockdown, or the sort of last major cricket moment certainly, was that incredible final at the MCG, Australia lifting the trophy, 80,000 people there, brilliant. Okay, come back, nothing to give you now. Women's cricket, that's it. The ECB do deserve a nod here. They have set up the same sort of biosecure structure in Derby to get women's cricket on. Unfortunately, other boards it hasn't been the priority in those countries, so they haven't got opponents. I hope there's still optimism. I think that next month the West Indies might be able to come, but you know, we're looking suddenly. It's the 25th of August, so it's suddenly looking like the end of next month might be optimistic. I know this is the first cricket season which now goes into October, which is where we've been heading for a few years, but we finally made it. So that is possible, but I don't know. It's the very end of things.
What's the reason? I mean, you know, somebody might reasonably ask, well, if the West Indies men can come over, what's the impediment for the West Indies women? Say, George, is it? What is this? Is this a financial issue? What is it?
I think the question is very reasonable. I do know that the ECB offered. Well, it didn't even get to this stage, but the ECB were prepared to charter a plane to fly over India's women. So they were prepared to show all the same advantages, help, assistance to the women's sides that we're going to tour as the men's side. So I think it's fair to ask some pretty searching questions of the BCCI in particular. I think on a more global level, there was concern that some of the events, global events that were taking place, were proving very expensive. And you have to understand, though, don't you, that we're in a development phase for the women's sport. And it's just very clearly sometimes morally the right thing to do. And the ICC mustn't stop doing that. They mustn't stop the development of women's cricket at under 19 level and all these things that they were just starting to do. But obviously, finances are tough right now. But the thing is with the ICC that Colin Graves is obviously promising a different revenue model. But he did say that when he took over the ECB chairmanship, and now he's saying that there are 6 counties too many. So it's going to be quite hard, I would have thought, for other nations to listen to him, see his actions, and they will draw their own conclusions, no doubt.
I think it's not just as simple as well as looking at the fact that we've managed to get a men's test series against West Indies and Pakistan and say then why therefore can't other things happen, because the picture is moving quite clearly with the coronavirus pandemic all across the world. And so at the time when the West Indies came, the Caribbean was relatively speaking not as severely hit by coronavirus, but just now they've been having sort of inter-island travel restrictions. I think Trinidad and Tobago has just been added to the list of countries that would have to quarantine. If you were a British person coming in, or anyone coming into Britain from Trinidad and Tobago, that is on the quarantine list. Also the fact that getting the West Indies over here, their players aren't prepared at all. They've been doing very little, so you'd be asking them to play at very short notice. In terms of the Women's World Cup, it's a similar situation to the problems that we were facing with the men's T20 World Cup, in that you are okay maybe bringing 1 or 2 teams into a particular country at one time, but they would have had to get 8 teams into New Zealand plus all the ICC staff. Then the question would be, would you want to play that tournament behind closed doors? Well, in some domestic sport in New Zealand, at rugby and things like that, crowds had returned, but would they be able to do that with a global event? There was still a question hanging over that. And also, New Zealand was being held up as a country that had dealt with coronavirus very well, and it has dealt with coronavirus very well when you look at the numbers. But I think just last night, Auckland was sent back into lockdown. So there's all these things. It's just a moving picture all the time with getting any sort of global event on. But again, the women's game is, we talked about the scheduling issues that's going to face the men's game over the next couple of years. The women's game, by pushing that World Cup back, that is really going to be lots of events. And in some ways you say this is really good for the women's game, because there's going to be so much chance to be in the spotlight. But England, for example, I think in an 18-month period are looking at an Ashes series, a World Cup, cricket in the Commonwealth Games, and maybe 1 or 2 T20 World Cups.
If you're tuning in wondering why we're chatting at 1:47 expecting cricket to be on, well, you haven't been paying attention to this summer at all, have you? But it's because there was an awful lot of rain. The umpires are out there. They're sort of walking slightly gingerly, but I do like it when they do the knee flex, just to see if they can squeeze any water out from the ground. I haven't seen any really sloshing up. Have you, Stefan?
What they look like is if anyone has ever suffered a burst pipe, or maybe had their washing machine leak over the carpet and sort of tread very carefully over the damage across your house, that is what they're doing now as they tiptoe their way across the outfield.
Well, I have to say, though, I don't see water sploshing up, and the covers have been virtually entirely emptied of water, and that has been one of the big problems here at the AGS Bowl. There's been an awful lot of water on the covers, and getting all of that off and into the sort of the areas of the ground which drain best, and then getting the blotter to get rid of it all is not the easiest task, but they have managed that. We've just have the main cover over the pitch. The 2 covers for the bowlers' run-ups have gone. It does look a trifle brown and muddy the bowlers run up from our end.
I'd say the worrying part is the part of the outfield that they're inspecting, which is deep points, yes, which you wouldn't necessarily would say always.
Well, except when Don Bess is bowling.
Except when Don Bess is bowling. You wouldn't ordinarily say that is always going to be an area of high action for a test match, particularly this afternoon. And if that is the part of the ground that we're most concerned about, then maybe prospects of play are slightly.
Do you suspect that they're looking for a good reason for there not to be?
Well, I
don't know. Look, I mean, the cloud. There's still heavy cloud cover, but there is a very, very brisk wind. So, in terms of conditions that help dry a ground, they're not that bad. And, England would probably be thinking, because we can continue till 7:30 in theory tonight, I believe. So if they could get 4 hours, it's only 7:30, George. It's okay, we're going to get back to Birmingham after writing a piece, which you'll finish about 9:30. So, look, if they got 4 hours, they could potentially get 55 overs in, something like that. They would think that would be enough to get 8 wickets, potentially. We shall see. They are walking round and round and round rather slowly, these umpires, so I don't think we're going to get any news. What I'm expecting is, there was a wave then from an umpire. I don't know what that meant. I don't know if it was a wave goodbye or a wave hello. But we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if they say we'll have another inspection at 3 or something like that. So we'll be holding on a while yet, I think. So I'm going to ask this question, and it's a rather risky one, because I'm slightly worried about the answer that you're going to give me, George, but you've sort of touched on it already. I'm going to ask it to all three of you. Colin Graves, the outgoing ECB chairman, what will be his legacy for English cricket, George DeBell?
I don't think we know, actually, because I think he will be associated with the 100 forever. And we don't even know if it's ever going to happen, do we? Because if there's every chance that next season's behind closed doors as well, then that would be 2 years afterwards. So I think he will be associated with that. He has left the game in a colossal mess, both financially, the domestic game. Financially, they don't know what the structure is. They are at each other in a way that I've never known them be before in terms of the counties. I mean, if you were going to be really objective, which I guess I should be, you would say that they won the World Cup on his watch. They brought in a huge broadcast deal on his watch, and they had governance reform on his watch. And he would say, maybe with some justification, that those are all admirable things. I would say that they're in debt. They've managed to be in debt despite all the money that's come in. And while they'll say they're not, that's because they count the money that's in the ECB charity as money that's in their account, which it isn't. They're in debt. As I say, they're extremely divided. We don't have a coherent domestic structure, and the 100 has cost an absolute fortune, and it is sitting in the middle of the room like a giant turd, which he's left there. So I think he's had an absolute shocker, and I can't believe that anyone at the ICC would fall for his I'm going to distribute the revenue in a fairer way, because you know what? He actually could have done that in the last few years. He could have taken the extra money that England have had and helped the other nations with it, couldn't he? But he hasn't.
Will, do you have a different view from that?
Well, George never lacks a strong opinion on Colin Graves, I'll say that. I think watching, listening and reading interviews with Graves last week as he sort of prepared to, doing a sort of lap of honour here, I think he would rather like it if they judge, if chairmen of sporting governing bodies were judged purely on what happens on the pitch. Unfortunately, they're not. You know, in his time, England have won the men and women's World Cups, which is a fine achievement. There's been some very memorable moments in Test cricket as well. Ultimately, George is correct. You know, divisive would be the most generous word you could use, I think, about his time in charge. It's been a period where people have been sort of arguing and infighting, and as George said, I think there's no certainty right now that the 100 will happen next year, either behind closed doors or at all. The costs are already being scraped back, and it's tricky that, you know, the sort of internal ECB chat is that it's never been more important. That might be true. Maybe we do need to be reaching out for new fans at this time, but also at a time when everyone in sport, in cricket across the country is sort of struggling a bit. You've got to look after your own as well. So I'm not sure the 100 is an appropriate road to be going down right now. But they currently are still heading that way, and as George said, he will be judged on the success of that. The 100 had a much better chance of being successful before COVID. I'll say that much. Just
to balance this, though, I mean, he's the chairman of the ECB, and the ECB has managed to put on 6 test matches, 3 one-day internationals. We've got 3 T20s against Pakistan, followed by 3 T20s against Australia and 3 one-day internationals. In a world of massive uncertainty, no one else has managed to put together this quite incredible feat. These bubbles to protect that broadcast revenue, which was part of the deal that George talked about. You've got to give credit for that, haven't you, Stefan?
I think when all of us first heard the plans for a biosecure bubble, back right at the absolute height of the coronavirus pandemic, I for one certainly think thought there was no chance that would ever come off. It just seemed like the most ridiculous idea. But here we are. We've got through it. The men's team have almost delivered their entire programme of international fixtures for this summer, and you have to say that really has been a success, and not just for the financial reason. Sort of going back to where we started this conversation, that if the England team does develop into where they want it to be, if they do become much stronger than what they have been over the past few years and do become one of the leading test match nations in the world, then you would look at these 6 test matches potentially as a time when their development happened sort of really invaluably, because they could have gone so long without playing test cricket, because the fact of the matter is the coronavirus pandemic hit during the English summer when England should have been playing test cricket and not many other countries should have been. And yet the way that England have developed over this summer means that the biosecure bubble hasn't just been a success from a financial point of view, but also an on-field one too.
Well, it's a blueprint, isn't it, that can be used by other boards, Australia and India, as long as the boards have the money to do that, which sort of brings us back, doesn't it, to the ICC, George. If the ICC wants to keep cricket going during this pandemic, and as Stefan has already alluded, it is a shifting picture, does there perhaps become an onus on them to be able to fund these bio bubbles? Because they're not cheap to put together, are they? You need an awful lot of staff. You don't get any fans coming in. You're relying entirely on broadcast revenue to fund it up to a point.
Well, we're talking about salvage, aren't we? And just to quickly go back to the previous question, you did ask about Colin Graves and not about the ECB, and I make a very strong distinction between the two. Steve Elworthy deserves a huge amount of praise. He's done an incredible job for the 2nd summer in a row, actually. You know, he was the man who organised the World Cup last year. He's the man who's organised the Bio Bubble this year. If I was organising a World Cup elsewhere in the world right now, he would be the man that I wanted to do it. I think he's been invaluable and deserves all the praise coming. In terms of what the ICC can do, I mean, you've got to remember what the ICC are. They actually don't have a lot of power. They arrange events, and they're kind of a clearinghouse, but after those events. So I'm not sure that you can expect an awful lot from them.
They have a fair bit of money, though, don't they, George?
Well, from those global events,
yes.
But that's sort of allocated in various ways anyway. So if you want them, are you suggesting they get involved in bilateral series? Because what we saw, look, they are run by their most powerful partners, aren't they? So what we've seen in recent times is a global event cancelled and an IPL scheduled in its place. Is that coincidence? I don't think it is. Because then straight after that global event, 2 of those big 3, India and Australia, will play each other. Then England and India will play each other. Then there'll be another IPL. Then India and England will play each other again. And then Australia and England will play each other. It is all arranged about what helps the big 3. So I think hoping the ICC to do anything is, I think it's a bit naive. I think there's only so much they can do. You are asking for the big 3 to be responsible and do the right thing. And to be fair, England had the first opportunity to do something, and they've done everything right. I mean, this has worked really well. It is probably a model that can be applied elsewhere, and I think we're just about to see that happen. So I'm just not sure that it's realistic to think of the ICC as doing it. They might help apply the template that we've seen here, but I'm not sure that they'll do a lot more of that. And also, we'll probably see some series by the dust just because it's not economically viable, and that, in the circumstances, might be the right thing to do. So England are supposedly going to South Africa November, December. That will presumably have to be in a bio bubble. Is it economically viable for South Africa to do that, bearing in mind their broadcast market and everything? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I wouldn't blame them if they thought it wasn't.
I bring you news, and I'm afraid it's the news that I anticipated. There's going to be a further inspection. Guess what time? 3 o'clock. Yes, there's going to be a further inspection at 3 o'clock, which is in about an hour's time. That's cheered you up no end, George, I can see. With a view, possibly.
Honestly, we have gone a little bit mad. I was thinking, I checked out of this hotel that I've been staying in since, I don't know, since the dawn of time this morning. I was thinking as I checked out, in all this spare time, I could have learnt Cantonese or developed a six-pack or something. Instead, I've done my own weight in rum. And last night, I took apart my Corby trouser press. I have become.
You took it apart? I'm not sure you should be doing that. Are you able to put it back together, or you just did that for fun? Did you?
Of course not.
No, I wouldn't have thought you would. I've been on holidays with you. Will, have you learnt Cantonese in lockdown, or what you have done is grown an incredible beard and some fantastic hair?
Yeah, I think for both George and I, the Cantonese might be quicker to do than getting a six-pack, but you never know. I don't want to dampen sort of your view on when play might happen, but I'm currently watching Jofra Archer and Josh Buttler walk over to the other side of the ground. They're returning to the hotel, which actually brings me to a point that I was thinking about when George was talking just a moment ago. It was sort of saying that these kind of bio bubbles it's possible to do them elsewhere, but it's actually it won't be quite as easy as it has been in England to put on a bio bubble anywhere else, because it was quite fortuitous that as part of their diversification programs, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, 2 grounds in England happened to build hotels literally inside them. So, you know, it has been easier here than anywhere else. I can't think of any grounds in Australia with any hotel rooms overlooking the pitch or anything like that. But anywhere else they want to do a biosecure setup is going to be just that little bit more complicated than here. I hope it's something that can be done elsewhere, but these 2 grounds have set a precedent, and it won't be quite as easy elsewhere.
No, that's a very strong point. I'm going to bring Atif Nawaz in a minute to talk about Pakistan cricket, but before we do, I know you're both great fans of county cricket, as is Stefan Schemmelt alongside me. The Bob Willis Trophy, this methodology of 3 groups, 6 each, it was a terrific way of getting some kind of a competition played, as well as being able to fit in a T20 Blast competition. Is it now, do you think, the blueprint for what might come? And if so, is that desirable? I'm going to start with Stefan, and I'm going to allow George to ruminate on that before he fires his broadside.
Whatever the counties, the ECB, whatever format they settle on for county cricket in 2021 or whenever the coronavirus pandemic settles down to give us some sense of a new normality, can we just leave it for a little while? Because there is so much tinkering with county cricket from year to year that it's so difficult for people who do not follow it religiously to know exactly what is going on from week to week, day to day or month to month. And it sort of comes back a little bit to what we were talking about before with Colin Graves and sort of legacy and the 100 and all sorts of things like that. In that the 100 was sold as probably wrongly when the PR was slightly bungled to begin with, as this grab for a new audience of cricket, both domestically and internationally. And I think the intention was right, but the execution wasn't necessarily correct, because we do exist in a cricket bubble, not a biosecure bubble, a cricket bubble, where we know everything that's going on with the game and we think that everyone should be interested in it all the time. And it's just not the case. That almost all major sports need casual fans to survive. They need to be able to draw interest to the big moments and have their stars and things like that. And unfortunately, cricket in this country, even up to the England team, doesn't have that. And bringing it back to domestic level, I'm a cricket journalist, and even I sometimes don't know what's going on in terms of when a county championship match is starting, when the One Day Cup is, when's a T20 Blast, why are they playing a county championship match in the middle of these T20s? It's always so confusing. So whatever they settle on, and I happen to think that 2 divisions of 9 with promotion and relegation was pretty simple and a pretty good way to do it. But even if it is going to be 3 groups of 6 with a final, I mean, again, that's complicated in itself. You've got 3 groups, but only 2 teams go to the final because you've got the 2 most.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, let's make it as simple as possible. Let's schedule it in a way that people know when a particular format is happening, when matches are starting, when they can expect to see cricket. Let's just make it as simple as possible for people to follow the game.
The Bob Willis Trophy has done that, because you knew that all teams were going to be playing and they were starting on a Saturday and it would end on a Tuesday. In that sense, They have got that bit right.
Something
but
else that's
George,
been quite simple to follow is that Surrey are 20 for 4 at the moment, which is about their standard score this
are
summer.
they playing at the Oval?
They're playing at the Oval, and Surrey are 20 for 4, Dan, which will please many people across the country, but not you, I reckon.
Ben Folkes will score his second century of the match and take them to victory. I have no doubt at all. I'm keeping the faith, Will. George, you wrote a piece the other day about county cricket and how you often are a champion of how county cricket has developed the players that end up playing well for England. I think you spotlighted Zach Crawley on that occasion. Do you want, as Stefan says, to just stop the tinkering and just get us to something which we can just keep on doing and repeat and repeat and repeat?
Well, I can't imagine such a world. I think the Bob Willis Trophy has been a terrific lifeboat in extraordinary circumstances. And they've done terrifically if you get it on, and that's brilliant. But just because you're very grateful for a lifeboat on one journey doesn't mean you step out on the same boat for the next one, does it? And I would be very disappointed if they moved away from promotion and relegation, ideally, personally, in 2 divisions, 2 equal divisions. I fear that the long term, the wind is blowing in the direction of conferences, and there's some merit in that. Look, good people with good intentions, sensible people like Ashley Giles, Martin Watson, they believe in them, and I respect that. But personally, I think English cricket was probably never stronger than in the early years of this century, 2003 to 10 or so, when promotion and relegation, 4-day cricket first came in. I don't think it's a coincidence that England went to #1 in the world shortly after that, with players developed in that system. I still think that if you get the championship right, the test team largely follows. And I think that what you'll see is a lot of talk about cutting in the guys, changing rather, in the guys at cost-cutting. And that's what the main thing will be. I think it was a mistake to go regional, huge mistake to go regional, and a huge mistake to stick with this format. I think it won't be meritocratic, and I say it will just be done, and it will be done for tiny amounts of money that will be saved. And I don't think that's what we should be doing as a sport. I think promotion relegation to be great.
Will, without going over old ground, are you in agreement with George?
I am broadly in agreement with George. I do like 2 divisions. I also do like the fact that everyone can win this at the start of it, in the Bob Willis Trophy. As it happens, the cream has sort of risen to the top. Among the best teams of the country we know are Yorkshire, Essex, Somerset, and all 3 of them are looking like they're going to be the ones vying for that final. And as Stefan says, one of the things I don't like about it is the sort of slightly imperfect system of 3 conferences and two teams only able to get to the final. That is certainly not ideal. I thought the retrogrades, the bad move was going from 16 games to 14, because 40, that was a couple of years ago, and then they shifted it around again where they moved it to 10 first division teams, 8 second division teams. I think that is no use at all. I think in that setup, the 8 teams in Division 2, it's sort of like a bit of a swamp down there. You get sucked in and you can stay there, and it's not much good that.
You get an imbalance of games in the first division as well, which I find very unsatisfying. You've got to play home and away.
Yeah, the team who wins it could win the division by only playing, or win the championship by only playing the team that came second once, and I'm not. Yes. I don't like that very much. But also, 16 games is quite a lot to fit into a season, so it's very complicated. I think the issue we're going to find is that some counties are not financially stable enough to be playing first-class cricket at all, maybe being professional at all, fully professional, sorry. I think some counties are already looking at their players taking permanent pay cuts over this winter, when these are 12-month contracts. It's not the years when we're a long way on from when players would sell Christmas trees in the winter to make ends meet. So I think that is the sort of going concern over the next few months. And if all these counties come through absolutely fine, then brilliant. I'm up for an 18-team first-class system, ideally 2 divisions, I think.
It's not that long ago. Ollie Rayner was selling Christmas trees about 3 years ago, but I know what you mean. Will McPherson and George DeBell. George, we spotted you. We've finally seen where you are. You're underneath a bit that says Shane Warne Stand, aren't you?
I am. Yes, this is. Yes, it's
That
very
is
nice.
you. You've been I didn't realise you've been standing up all this time, which I think is fantastic. It's a great effort.
Not that old.
Now then, dear, you could head indoors. Thank you ever so much for giving us. Well, manfully, you've given us an hour of your time. You're out of the bubble today. You can go back and to some kind of normality shortly. Thanks ever so much.
8 hours.
Well, yes, absolutely. Cheers, Will. Cheers, George.
Cheers.
Stefan's going to stay with us. And Atif Nawaz has joined us. Atif, I want to start with you on Pakistan and what they might have learnt. And actually, before you answer that, I think I should tell listeners that the covers are being rolled up. Yes, they're being rolled up on both sides into the hover cover. There's a genuine sense of optimism. There's a milky hue to the sky and sunshine. What have you spotted, Stefan?
Well, the fact that they're blotting in the exact area that the umpires were very concerned about before, that deep point in front of the groundsman's hut. And yeah, it just worries me when certain small parts of the outfield seem to be so problematic in these sort of vast expanse of green that we've got, and it might be 10 square yards that's wet that stops us from playing any cricket.
I think it happened once at Old Trafford.
It did in a T20 game where one small part of the run-up at one end caused the entire game to be abandoned in front of a full house.
Yes. Well, it's not a full house. That's one. That's one thing. But anyway, the ground staff are rolling up the covers, and there is blotting activity. There's going to be a further inspection in 50 minutes' time, and we can go on till 7:30. So if there isn't any more significant rain, there could yet be 3.5 hours of cricket today. You never know, which will delight us all. I, for one, am here to watch some cricket and would love to see it. Atif Nawaz, you've been watching cricket all your life, I reckon. But what have you made of Pakistan's performance, and what do you think that they'll have learnt? I mean, they're both a young squad and an experienced squad. They've been put into very, very difficult circumstances coming in to this bio bubble. They've started a series against a side that had played 3 test matches before that, so they'd been able to get warmed up. But, as we were saying earlier, Will McPherson was saying earlier, the sliding doors moment. If Woakes or Buttler had got out, then Pakistan would almost certainly be 1-0 up in this series. And England would be desperate to get out there to win this game, to get a drawn series, not to get out there just to get Jimmy Anderson's 600th wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's difficult for Pakistan to look past that partnership because it's turned out to be so crucial. We've had so little meaningful cricket since then in terms of producing results that they've just not really been able to come back from that. In the second test, they never really got enough cricket in to get the momentum back. In the third test, they were kind of stifled by that incredible knock again between that partnership between Crawley and Buttler. So they never really got a chance to kind of get themselves back into the series again. And again, if they reflect, as you say, in a parallel universe, that sliding doors moment, as you guys were just saying, they've got another 60 points in the World Test Championship. Now, granted, because of where they are in that World Test Championship, wouldn't make all the difference in the world. It obviously helps keep them in close to that top 4. They're in 5th position at the moment, I believe. So, they'll take the 13 points for a draw. I believe it's 13 points you get for a draw
in this one.
In this series, because it's a 3-match series.
Andy will know.
Yeah, he's nodding, so that's good. So, I mean, they'll take 13 points for the draw here, assuming, something extraordinary doesn't happen in the 3.5 hours of play we get. But I think the biggest lesson that Pakistan can take from this tour is kind of blocking out the noise. And I'll explain what I mean by that. After that first game, and as you rightly say, Pakistan didn't have all the preparation that England had. 3 test matches against a world-class team, settling into the bubble environment. A lot of people spoke about Pakistan playing a lot of their cricket in the Middle East in front of zero crowd. So in theory, they hold an advantage coming into these circumstances. But that doesn't factor in being completely sequestered from the world in a hotel, not being able to go anywhere, just as the broadcasters are under restrictions. They're under restrictions. They can't go to certain areas of the building. They have to stay confined. They can't go and meet the friends that they normally would. They can't eat the food that they normally like to eat. And they have to be, just with each other the whole time. They've done very well to keep the camaraderie up, but the biggest difficulty in this kind of tour is the lack of those tour matches. Those games against the counties that help you settle into condition, settle into that different style of bowling. We saw Azhar struggle in the early part of the series and get heavily criticised for it. And of course, make that adjustment to his technique in the third test match and thrive. Now, in another circumstance, you might have that first game against, I don't know, Leicestershire or Derbyshire or Warwickshire or wherever, and just settle into that and identify that issue before you get into the first test match and make that adjustment there and be ready for play. Whereas Pakistan, their first test match, there were definitely some wonderful performances with the bat, even Shan Masood getting 150. But it was quite fortuitous when you think about it, the chances that were dropped, and it wasn't the most convincing 150 in the world, with the greatest of respect. So again, they didn't have that. They had that lack of preparation. So despite that, after the first test match, they come within a whisker of winning. Within one moment of winning that test match. So close, they lose the game. The barrage of criticism. You have to remember how broad the audience of cricket is in Pakistan. It's not just every person who watches cricket isn't somebody who's watched every ball and has detailed analysis and can break things down and factor in all the conditions and circumstances. No. It's as simple as, he's rubbish, he's not playing well, he's not playing well, he's rubbish, he's never good, don't give him another chance, he should be playing, that guy from 30 years ago, why is he still not playing? It's quite broad, right, the audience, and they create a lot of noise. And that noise isn't the way they're given credibility in Pakistan or television or even general media. It's not always judicious. It's not necessarily the best critical voice has the largest audience. That's not always the case. So it creates that noise. And even the coaching stuff, Javed Miandad, I don't know if you guys caught this, but there was a huge outburst from Javed Miandad after the first game where he inexplicably went after the Prime Minister, Imran Khan, saying, he said, paraphrasing him, he said something along the lines of, you think you're God the way you treat this team and you need to do something. And then, he sort of retracted a week or so later, which may or may not have anything to do with his nephew getting a job at the PCB, but I don't know, I won't speculate. I mean, it was extraordinary. The level of criticism was extraordinary. It's noise. It's all noise. When you're a cricketer and you're trying to focus on your game, it's really, really simple. It's bat against ball. But what they've done as they've progressed through this series, for me, Pakistan, this Azhar Ali Misbah alliance, right at the top of this this new administration of Pakistani cricket, is they have blocked out the noise. They went out there. They kept it on the cricket. They made that adjustment, to the technique, settled into conditions, did not worry too much about context. We're going to go out there and play the game that we need to play. And for the largest, for the large proportions of this test match, you could have expected them to roll over. That was a demoralising partnership for them. 583 from England. They already 1-0 down in the series. Prospects of getting back into it unlikely. They kept the noise up. They went out there, Azhar Ali in particular, leading from the front, set an example. So for me, it's Pakistan. What they can take from this is this idea of blocking out the noise. You're in a bubble. You're in a physical bubble here, but you need to be in that metaphorical bubble when you're playing your cricket, away from all that noise and criticism.
What they look like to me, and we see them around, and obviously we can't interact with them quite so much, but they do look to be very coherent and cohesive as a group, don't they? Yunus Khan, we see lovely images of Yunus Khan running his hand through Yasir Shah's hair. I know that sounds a bit weird, but they just look tight as a group, and they look like they have respect for each other. When Azhar Ali got to his 100, the noise, it's the biggest noise we've had in any game this season. It was the whole team, all as one, all delighted for their captain. And, not every team is like that, and has been, not just Pakistan team, England teams, Australian teams, not all of them have had that degree of cohesiveness, I guess, and being together. That does seem to be a feature of this group.
Well, when I spoke to them, I spoke to Naseem, who's literally easily the youngest member of the squad. 17, right? And he says that he feels like he's 17. He feels like everybody knows that he's 17. He's just a young kid, and they look after him. They go out of their way to make sure he's comfortable, to give him some advice, to give him that support that he needs. And it all filters down from the top. There is a hierarchical structure to this Pakistan squad. In the past, and there's been highlights on from the 90s and the 80s, and at times when there were various superstars in Pakistan dressing rooms, and you imagine how the power imbalance was there and how difficult it must have been as a captain to say to players, to try and lead in one way. But this team, it seems very coherent, as you say, in that way. It's very hierarchical. Everybody respects the man at the top, Misbah-ul-Haq. He's the chief of selectors and he's the head coach. Again, it's been talked about a lot, whether that's the right way to go about it, but for whatever it is, that's the case, right? And they understand that. They've got Yunus Khan, arguably the greatest test batsman for England, for Pakistan of all time, as your batting coach. You've got Waqar Yunus, one of the greatest Pakistani fast bowlers of all time, as your head bowling coach. Immense credibility, right? Immense seniority. They come in there and they give them the support. They genuinely look up to these guys. Naseem, Shah, Shaheen, Afridi, Mohammad Abbas, they all look up to these guys. And so there's a sense of respect. It's a very Pakistani cultural kind of setup, which fosters this environment of, okay, we're going to be quite productive, we're going to support each other, there's not going to be any kind of, poisonous atmospheres or any kind of, cynicism in the dressing room. There's always enough positivity to think, okay, let's get on the bright side of this. And there has to be that level of positivity to counteract the barrage of negativity they get. It's always quite intense, very extreme, the Pakistani support. It's either extremely positive or extremely negative.
Stefan, you wanted to ask something, I think.
Yeah, it's just, does that hierarchical structure and all those great names in the dressing room, which the players have obviously got such immense respect for, are they therefore, or are they still able to think for themselves? So I'll go back to the final afternoon at Old Trafford, when it was a pretty severe tactical error to sit off Josh Buttler, and all the pressure went away from England. Are the players, are they confident enough to challenge Misbah or the other coaches if they think something isn't quite right, or if they think a decision should have been done differently? Is there that freedom in the dressing room, do you think?
Well, it's difficult to say. I mean, a lot of ex-cricketers have criticised Pakistan's lack of dynamism that afternoon in Old Trafford. They didn't really go aggressive on England when they needed to, and they didn't go defensive when they needed to. They kind of went the wrong way, and hence Azhar Ali's captaincy was criticised by a lot of people who've subsequently said they've kind of drawn back on that criticism a bit on the basis of his batting. But tactically, I mean, just having watched the series and in the bubble, having seen him in person, I can make the observation, and perhaps I'm missing something, but my observation has been he's not been very fostering on the field of his young fast bowlers. Like when they're coming in and they're bowling to a Zach Crawley on 250 plus, like you need that arm around your shoulder. You need a little bit of reassurance. You're just 17 years old on this big stage. You're already visualizing the headlines at home. Who's going to be calling for your head? Who wants you to be replaced? Is this the end? You need that arm around your shoulder to say, listen, don't worry. You're doing fine. Keep it here. Keep focused. We're doing fine. Do you want to try something different? Should we get a short leg in? Should we get a couple of slips in? England yesterday, showed all of that dynamism. Okay, they got the 2 wickets, but they had this very unusual field placement for Stuart Broad at one stage, which was aggressive. It was like half an umbrella. It was really aggressive and really unconventional. But Pakistan, they don't really go against convention on the pitch too often, and that was, interestingly enough, a criticism levelled at Misbah quite often when he was captain, that he was seen as a more defensive captain or a more conventional captain who didn't think outside of the box. Maybe he's fostering or building Azhar Ali in his own image. It's possible, but again, had that wicket fallen, okay, we can deconstruct it to death and say, well, they weren't aggressive enough, they didn't have enough intent, they didn't try something different, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. It's easy to captain with hindsight. At the time, the way they were coming in, had they broken that partnership, would we be talking about Azhar Ali's captaincy?
Absolutely.
Probably not.
Absolutely. Andy?
Well, one of the problems Pakistan has been their lower order, and in that game, we look a lot at the Woakes Buttler partnership. But in both of Pakistan's innings, they collapsed from 281 for 5 in first innings, 326 all out, 120 for 5 in second innings, 169 all out. And we often sort of forget these phases of games that ended up with England having a more achievable total. And looking at Pakistan's 9, 10, and 11, Abbas, Shaheen, Afridi, and Naseem, Shah, they've returned the lowest collective average of any 9, 10, 11 to tour England in the history of Test cricket.
In the history of Test cricket?
Yes, in this country, which is a problem for a team if your tail is providing so little. And with the ball, I mean, they've all bowled pretty well, but their stats aren't great. We've seen Pakistan draw their last 2 series here. Came with rather more experienced attacks. They picked very promising, clearly talented bowlers, but it hasn't really worked for them this series. The last 2 tours, they've had Mohammad Amir, players like Sohail Khan, who's in the squad here but hasn't played. Not necessarily played a lot of Test cricket, but more experienced first-class bowlers. I don't know, Atif, what the reaction has been to the performance of the young fast bowlers in particular.
I think the promise is being recognised elsewhere, everywhere, but this is the issue. It was 3 Test matches. Well, it was really 2.5 Test matches. It'll barely be 2 Test matches by the time it's all said and done. So it's very difficult to make a clear judgment on them. All you can judge them on are a couple of difficult innings that they had to bowl in, and it feels a bit harsh. And I suspect that the selectors think it's a little bit harsh as well, which is why they didn't change that up. They had this really famous photo that was released just before the first test match started of all 8 fast bowlers that they had in their squad. You know, they've got the likes of Imran Khan in there, Shinwari's in there as well, you know, Wahab Riaz. They've got a lot of options there, but I think they did the right thing to stick with these guys and give them a little bit more experience. It's not enough data to judge them on yet.
Well, I think we're going to get the chance to talk a little bit more about Pakistan later on, because there are very good and promising signs out there. The hover cover has been moved from the pitch. Stumps haven't been put in or anything yet, but it has been moved away. There's various bits of paraphernalia. There's like ropes and hoses and all sorts of things that are sort of being gathered up. The blotters, as Stefan did rather lugubriously point out, are being a bit fixated with a point, with an area around about deep point. But a small roller is coming out. The light roller is coming out. There's all sorts of stuff which would seem to suggest that cricket may well happen. And there's going to be an inspection at 3 o'clock. We won't get the result of that inspection, of course, until about 3:10, you would think, at the earliest. So while we await news of that inspection, we've got a real treat for you. During the Ashes series of 2015, we saw some truly remarkable cricket. Who can forget Stuart Broad's 8 for 15 as Australia were bowled out for 60 on that glorious morning at Trent Bridge? In the commentary box, we were treated to some wonderful guests over the course of that summer as well. Sir Sam Mendes is one of Britain's greatest filmmakers, an Oscar winner many times over for his work on films such as American Beauty, Road to Perdition, and of course 2 films in the James Bond series. The second of these 007 works, Spectre, was to be released later in 2015, but Sir Sam was able to take some time away from the edit suite to join us during the second Ashes test at Lord's. He began by telling Aggers about his cricket playing days. So, is it true he was a brilliant cricketer when he was a schoolboy?
I wouldn't say it was brilliant. I was a good schoolboy cricketer. I loved it. It was the thing I was best at school. I wasn't academically very strong at school, and it gave me a kind of identity at school in the way that often being good at one particular sport does. I was captain of cricket for a couple of years. The last 2 years I was at school, I played Oxfordshire Colts. So I was a decent schoolboy cricketer, and certainly as an off-break bowler, which I was, took a lot of wickets. I think if you're a decent spinner at schoolboy level, I think you'd take a lot of wickets.
Bowl straight, bowl full,
exactly.
Hit the wickets.
And just, I got a lot of people caught at mid-off and mid-on. But that kind of disappeared when I went to Cambridge. I went determined to play cricket and then discovered theatre, parties, girls, etc. And I got slightly distracted. And I never really was any good. But then there was a brief flourish, I have to say, about 15 years ago, I started playing quite regularly across a couple of summers for my local village team, for Shipton under Wychwood, and we got to the final of the village knockout. And because the very first at Lord's, this was, because my very first visit to Lord's had been for that, weirdly, that same game, it felt like everything had come full circle. Yes. And from that moment, it felt like I'd sort of come to the end of my, intense playing days. And now I play maybe 4 or 5 times a summer if I'm lucky.
But you played in the final, didn't you?
I did.
What were your memories of that? In the dressing rooms, they treat you. It's a proper, proper match here.
Yes, and we were in the England dressing room, which was a great thrill. Okay. But unfortunately, it was, of all things, the day that Princess Diana died, and it was one of the strangest and saddest days. Well, I can remember. It was very overcast, and I think if we'd been playing a day later, they would have cancelled the game. But they didn't really know what to do, so the whole day was played under this terrible cloud. So it was quite a strange occasion, and we lost, which was sad. But I think people weren't really understandably focused on the game.
No, but you chose your spot in the England dressing room. I mean, you remember walking in there and
all that by the window. I wanted to get by the window.
Yeah. But it's amazing to be in there, isn't it? Don't you think? You feel. You can't help but feel the tradition of the game when you're in that Lord's Pavilion.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to describe to those who don't love the game, and also those who don't understand the very subtle differences between grounds, why this place feels slightly different. When I was a schoolboy, I came a couple of times on my own. I must have been 12 or 13, and to county games. I used to come during the course of the summer. And I remember sneaking into the old grandstand and climbing over the metal railings that led to the boxes and spending a whole day alone in a grandstand box watching. And I remember it quite clearly. It was Middlesex, Worcestershire, and it was the Glenn Turner era of Worcestershire.
Oh, right, okay.
And he was batting beautifully, and he made a century that day. And I just remember sitting alone and watching it and being absolutely perfectly happy.
Yeah.
And it's a real golden memory of my childhood. So to come back to the ground that has that personal significance, on top of which the historical significance, really, it always gives me a thrill.
Have you moved with the times? I mean, you've got very romantic, your eyes were very misty-eyed there with Glenn Turner and Lords and how it was, and I remember that old grandstand very well. It's where I've watched my first match here, actually. Is your cricket sort of based in that sort of time, or have you moved with it?
I am misty-eyed to some degree, because I think when you first fall in love with the game, that forms your central experience in a way. And I don't work in the game in the way that you do, so I don't see it daily.
No.
I feel like the love was formed during that period, 76, 77, 78, so the Brayley Ashes of 77. I have a very, very powerful memory of Randall's innings in the centenary test in Melbourne.
Listening to it, were you on the radio?
I was.
I was there. I was listening with it too at school.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was really
Alan McGilvray and all those amazing voices.
And Lily in his pomp still, and Rob Marsh and Greg Chappell, and that was a special time, and so that the Brayley boycott, Botham era was my the beginning of my love for the game. I do think what's happened in the last 10 years is astonishing, and I think it's fantastic for the game. It is very, very tricky because, social media, as you well know, has introduced a whole area which is very, very difficult, I think, to navigate for the players particularly.
In what way?
Well, I think that there's just too much direct contact with its audience. I think that they need to learn a way to wall themselves off from the media and from the public, and I think it's almost impossible now. I mean, I speak as a filmmaker. You're constantly being bombarded by opinions, particularly if you're doing something like I'm doing at the moment, which is a Bond movie. You're constantly being bombarded with opinion, and I wish it was more like this and like that, and you have to sort of find a way to strategically remove yourself.
Not be swayed by it.
Yeah, because it does have a real impact on you. You read something the day that you shoot a scene. I hope this one's got more jokes in it, or I hope it's got less jokes in it, whatever it is. And however strong you are, you are affected by that. And I think that it's taken me 30 years of experience in theatre and film to learn how to cut myself off from that. And I think these guys are 21, 22. They know nothing except social media.
How do you cut yourself off from it?
We just don't read it. Don't read it. And you have to be strong because it's so easily available. And it's not just social media, it's the newspapers and it's the television, and you have to go through a sort of detox period, and wean yourself off it so that you can concentrate. And I think that has really affected it. And I think that the KP saga is a good example of that. That, it was fought out on Twitter and the pages of the newspapers and, YouTube and the art of direct communications. It was almost seemed to be the last thing that was considered, was actually sitting down and talking about it, between people. And it was all based on text messages that were supposedly sent to something. I mean, it's absolutely unnecessary and very, very difficult to manage. I think you'll see as people become more used to social media that they become better at managing it. But I think what we've been present in the last 10, 15 years is simultaneously the explosion in 2020 cricket combined with the explosion in social media, which both very, very new, and I think it really has made some shockwaves.
Yes, interesting. I mean, the T20 though you like. I mean, the hard, fast entertainment.
I love it. I love look, Test cricket, of course, is the thing that I love the most, as any true cricket fan, I believe, must do. But for me, the way that Test cricket is being played has changed. Because of the developments in the game, and it's changed for the better. I look at a player like Steve Smith or a player like Ben Stokes, and they're looking to score off every ball. The intent is there. And the era where I fell in love with the game was a completely different. They were waiting for runs.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a very interesting. I wonder if you know this stat. Actually, this is where I
doubt it.
I really prove my geekness, which is that as a reader of many Frindle scorebooks of the 70s and early 80s, Jeff Boycott, a man close to your heart, batted in the 78-79 series, which was, let's face it, not an exciting series. It was a 6-match series, and it was the PAK era, so it was a very denuded Australian team. But he faced more balls than any other player in the England team in that series. He faced over 1,100 balls. How many boundaries do you think he scored?
Well, I've got a bit of a stat that I think this is involved as well, because I know that at one period, I think it was on that tour, he went 530 something balls without hitting a single boundary.
Yeah.
And that wasn't obviously in one game, but there was a string of that. So that, I think, is in the same run. So I'm going to go 4.
6. 6 boundaries.
It's appalling, isn't it?
In 1,100 balls. Now, it didn't seem... It is quite appalling, yes. But
you think you'd nick one that could clue down through third man, wouldn't you?
How can you not score a boundary? You know, and you look at it now, and you'd be disappointed if even Alistair Cook, who was hardly a dasher, went 100 balls without scoring 6 boundaries, let alone 1,100.
Yeah.
And the game is just totally shifted. Now, there wasn't anything particularly strange about that. I mean, Boycott had a bad series, even by his standards, in terms of boundary hitting. But you had Gower and both of them. They were hitting 20 boundaries in a series. And that is completely changed. And I think that's largely down to 2020. And I just think it's very, very exciting now. And the speed at which, look, the game is always perpetually full of potential. This has not been, by anyone's normal standards, a particularly exciting test for a day and a half, first day and a half. But what happened last night, although bad for an England fan, was suddenly thrilling.
Yeah.
And the speed at which it changes, and the speed at which a batsman can take control of the game, like Stokes against New Zealand or Root at Cardiff, you're talking about people changing matches in an hour. A test match could be turned around in an hour, and I only witnessed that happening maybe 2 or 3 times in the whole of my test cricket experience up to that point, which was, let's say Botham in 81. He came in at Old Trafford, which for me was the great innings of that series. And, Tavares scored, 10 runs while he scored 120. And he totally changed the game in an hour. And I think that is happening almost once or twice a test match now. Yeah. And that makes the game of test cricket for me much more exciting.
Yeah. Is it accessible enough, Sam? I was looking at some figures today that suggested actually the open golf from the BBC figures down, cricket on Sky down about 200,000. I mean, when you and I were watching and falling in love with cricket, we were there watching when Mike is a flickering black and white set. And watching them and looking at our heroes and developing heroes and a love for the game that I suspect a lot of people now haven't got. Do you think that's an issue?
I'm afraid I think it is an issue, yeah. And I think that there are some areas the game has to look at itself a little bit. I think personally, today you see that the pavilion at Lords is full, but I remember having a quiet go at Roger Knight, who was then chairman of the MCC or president. I can't remember.
Chief exec.
A couple of years ago, about the fact that it was an Ashes Test match and the pavilion was half full, and he said, "Well, that's the members. They come when they want to." And I said, "That's not acceptable. I don't think, because if you're a young person watching at home, and you're being told this is the greatest game in the history of cricket, or the historically the greatest game, and behind the bowler's arm the stand is half full, it doesn't make sense. You have to find a way to try and get over that. So I think there are areas where there is still a discrepancy between the tradition of the game and what it wants to be. And I was scouting for Skyfall. One of the places we considered was India, and I went to Mumbai, and I toured 15 years earlier with the Gaieties, actually, with Harold Pinter's team as a player, as an amateur player, and I hadn't been back. The place was utterly transformed, and I went to a 2020 game. Tendulkar was playing at Mumbai, and it was completely
indescribable.
It was a totally different experience, and I thought this is what's happening to the game, and we have to try and find a way to ride that wave in this country specifically.
I think it's possible. I think English people do watch cricket in that way, with that sort of passion that just explodes amongst the. If you've been to one of those full houses at Wankhede, presumably, could you really generate that atmosphere here in England, do you think?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think the grounds are made for it. I think they're smaller. The watching of cricket is a slightly more polite enterprise in this country. But I think that we failed to capitalise on 2020 when it was really emerging. And I don't think still the structure of the game domestically is properly organised, so you don't feel there's a big bash or an IPL. There isn't a section of the season that's given over to it, and so there's just this jumble of matches, and every year I try and I follow cricket, and I can't keep up with the domestic season and how the 2020s are interspersed with whatever one-day competition is now being suggested, plus the county championship. And have we really got space in this country for that many county teams? Of course nobody wants to see any of those counties go out of business, but surely there's a way of combining some of them, combining resources, still playing at those grounds, but maybe not so much every year, and having a northeast and a north, or whatever it is, something closer to the Sheffield Shield, so that you feel like there's a much higher standard across the game. And I think that kind of oversight for the domestic game is something that really is necessary and needed now, and I think we miss it in this country.
I was chatting to Simon Hughes about you, Sam. I know you know pretty well, and he mentioned the fact that, surely I would imagine, apart from squeezing the orange, the finest cricket book ever written was The Art of Captaincy by Mike Brearley, which I think has been quite an influence in your life, hasn't it? In terms of taking it with you and using the example, particularly that Mike talks about, of dealing with people. You sort of crossed the bridge into your own world with that.
I wrote a foreword for the previous edition. I think he's just republished it, actually. For me, it's one of the great sporting books, and as I said earlier, Brearley was my era,
Yes.
and I grew up kind of idolising him. And not just the Art of Captaincy, but the books he wrote about the Three Ashes series that he played in are incredible books and really deserve to be reprinted as well. And for me, it's about more than just cricket captaincy. It's about leadership. It's about reading players, about unifying disparate talents into one team, which I think, for example, since Brearley, there have been very, very few examples of English captains who've been able to do that. And Michael Vaughan would be, for me, the last time I felt a captain was able to control such a disparate bunch.
Yeah, to galvanise them as a unit.
Yeah, and for me, there isn't an enormous difference between sporting leadership and directing. And I said that in my foreword, and I've said it to Mike since, which is that you are trying to make everyone. Directing is a very solitary profession in which your job is mainly to create a team underneath you. You're standing on the shoulders of many, many other people, and to try and make them all work and create the same thing and work towards the same goal seems to me almost one of the chief achievements, if you've managed to do it at the end of a movie or a play. And that's not that dissimilar to sporting leadership, certainly in cricket terms. And by the way, one of the ways I learned to exert authority as a young person and to exert my influence subtly over people was captaining a cricket team. It was the first time anyone had given me any authority. And so I spent time captaining a club side, many of whom were much older than me, and learning how to give them some form of instruction without feeling patronised or
really interesting.
Or bossed around, suggesting things, cajoling, understanding everyone needs something different from the captain, everyone needs something different from a director. Every actor is different, every technician is different, every cinematographer is different, and that's really your goal. A lot of it is reading other people, and so for me, Brearley was the master of that as a cricket captain. Everyone knows this, but in 1981 he made absolutely no impact at all with the bat. But he made an enormous impact on the series, and you could argue that he turned it around by giving both them the confidence, giving the players the confidence they needed to go out and play as they really felt. And that's something that I felt Vaughan did very brilliantly. And I think there's obviously, there's been a big turnaround in the English camp at the moment with Cook and with Trevor Bayliss, that somehow Flower made them, for whatever reason, feel cramped, feel stifled. They didn't go out and play the natural game, and you had a team full of fantastically entertaining cricketers, KP being amongst them, going out in the 2009-2010 era, or maybe 11. It was more like 2011, wasn't it? Playing quite dull cricket for a couple of years. And I think that all came from the way that, the leadership positioned itself behind the scenes. And you also had a captain, Cook, who would never exerted authority over any team, and struck me as exactly the sort of person, in club cricket, you go into the changing room and there's the one quiet boy in the corner who is just going to get on with it and score the runs. And he doesn't really mix, and he goes home early and maybe has a half at the end of the game, and he doesn't really put himself around, and he's very contained. And that felt like who Cook was. And to turn that figure around and to give him the confidence when he's taking over a team that he's already seen being led brilliantly by Andrew Strauss, with a lot of characters in it, the Swans and the Broads and the what have you. I think that took him a long time, but he's got it now, and you can see his body language on the field is different. The way he treats the media is different. He's much more confident about not saying things, which of course, is something that I find very impressive, because I think dealing with the media is half the job in that, of a captain. Obviously, the rest of it's out on the field.
Yeah. It'll be your job for a while now, won't it, dealing with the media? My word. I mean, it's great timing. The fact it was only yesterday, I think, that this latest Bond film, Spectre, was the announcement was going to be released on October the 26th, which you obviously knew ages ago, but we were very excited last night when we saw this pop up. But I mean, are you excited about this? How does it feel to be almost there as far as what must be a massive project is concerned? I'm talking about Mike Brearley's team. Okay, well, it's only 11 blokes. I mean, how many are in your team, for goodness sake?
Yes, I counted them when we were up for a BAFTA last year. I wanted to accept it on behalf of everybody, and I counted them up myself, and there were over 1,000. And you really do feel it. And this is a bigger movie than Skyfall. It's shot in more places. We were in Mexico City and Tangier and Northern Sahara and Rome and the Alps and London. We shut down great sections of London, and anyone listening whose evening was ruined because of the traffic around Westminster Bridge over the last few weeks, I apologise to them. But it's been an enormous undertaking. It feels very. I think one of the most rewarding moments as a film director is when you finally finish shooting. It kind of starts all over again when you're editing. I mean, you direct the movie really 4 times, when it's being written, when it's being cast and prepped, when it's being shot, and then when it's being edited and music is being added, and that the 4th stage is just beginning.
So your hands really are all over it from start to finish as director, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you're any good as a director, you want to be all over every department. You want to be influencing everything. It's your film, it's your vision, and unlike the theatre, which I learned a lot of my craft, I don't think theatre is a director's medium, but I think film is, and I think you can pretty much blame the director if you're having a bad evening at the cinema. But because I think at the end of the day, it does fall on his shoulders.
Very British brass band playing down there. But the great British tradition, Bond, though, isn't it? I mean, is that? I guess you have to really grasp that, do you? And say, this is fantastic. Wow, what an opportunity. I mean, it'd be quite easy to be, I suppose, quite cowed by the fact that you're moving this incredible tradition on in a newish direction, are you? I mean, the last film, Skyfall, was viewed as being a bit grittier, maybe, than the other ones, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, I made the movie I wanted to see, and I think I've done the same thing this time. I hope I've done the same thing this time, although it really is just emerging out of the mists in the way that it does in the editing period. I think that you have to
go again. So I mean, you talk about editing it now, but have you really not got it almost in your mind absolutely how it's going to go, or can you be swayed in various ways while you're editing it?
I think narratively, in terms of the story, yes, it's pretty much set out. But as any director will tell you, how you tell the story is everything, and the story itself is not enough. And so I've spent a long period with music for the movie, which is 100 minutes of music for this film. It's a lot of music, and there's a lot of visual effects, and there's a lot of sound work. And there's any number of ways that you can mess your film up, even at this late stage, however good the story is. So you have to stay completely focused, and it is like kind of rebooting and starting again. It's much more pleasurable. For me, I love editing. It's the best part of it, because you've done really the hard work, and then you're into, the thing I enjoy the most, which is the storytelling. And that's, I was 15, 20 years telling stories in the theatre, and in that respect, it's when it becomes the most similar to that. But, for me, the Bond franchise as a whole has been a wonderful, unexpected gift at this point in my life, because it's not just the making of the film. It's it's the relationship you suddenly have with an audience. It's the dialogue you have from the beginning of the process to the end, because you have to embrace the fact that everything you do is going to be reviewed and debated, from the title to the music to the casting to the trailer to the
social
poster.
media will be all over it.
Everything.
Sam. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
do you think you know Ian Fleming?
Do you
think you know him?
I think I know him a little bit better, having read all the books again.
Yes.
But he's a very unknowable figure. There's a great mystery, and I think one of the reasons why the books sustain is that figure of Bond, there's a core of mystery there and a core of darkness, which is always slightly out of reach, but keeps you drawn forward. He feels like a very unknowable figure ultimately, and that's why I think so many different actors, so many different versions of the character exist, because you feel like he can go in almost any direction. There's a sort of neutrality somewhere. There's a mystery at the core, which I think is very enticing. And it felt, for me, my way into the whole thing was Daniel Craig.
Yes.
I had cast Daniel Craig in a movie I made in Chicago about 15 years ago called Road to Perdition, and it was his first big American film. And then, the role of Bond came up 4 or 5 years later, and I was called by Entertainment Weekly, by a showbiz publication, and they said, your old friend and collaborator Daniel Craig's been suggested as Bond. What do you think? And I said, it's a terrible idea. He shouldn't do it. And then, because for me at the time, I thought Bond had become, the opposite of what Daniel was, kind of slightly disengaged, urbane, jokey, eyebrow raising, a pastiche in a way.
Yeah.
And I felt Daniel's reality and his passion and his sort of honesty as an actor would not work in that. But of course, what happened is the franchise and the character adapted to work with Daniel. And then I saw Casino Royale and I thought, what a fantastic piece of casting. And it was that got me reinterested in Bond as a movie, as movies.
And do you write and create and edit for him? I mean, could you do it with anybody as James Bond, or how much is Daniel Craig the central to what we're going to see in October?
It's completely central, actually, and that relationship with Daniel, artistically and on the floor, is the centre of everything. And I think if it comes from that, very, very, particularly on the second movie, I think we had a much harder time physically on this film. It was much longer, much more tricky locations. I had much more second unit work, so I had 2 units shooting and I could only be in one place, obviously, so I'd often be in Mexico and watching footage being shot in the Alps, for example, which is that's a real mind-bending operation, balancing 2 different parts of the movie at the same time. But even though it was hard, it was much more fun because there was much more trust. I felt much more trust from everyone around me, the crew, and from Daniel, because we'd done it before and had a good time.
Yeah. Well, worth thrilling. How much can you say about it? How much can you give away to our loyal audience? We've been talking all these Bond films today because we thought, actually, what a great James Bond Jeff Boycott would make. Could you create a Bond movie starring Jeffrey Boycott and Miss Moneypenny? Do you think it's possible?
I think Sir Geoffrey might be a fine Bond villain. But someone said to me, they're riffing about Bond titles that might be appropriate for Boycott as Bond.
Yes.
And I think of social media. I think a little campaign, Boycott should be Bond. I think you should launch that. But there is one, isn't there? Dr. No.
Yes. Dr. No Run, I think it was.
Exactly. Yes. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think...
but the music, the song is sung and credit. I mean, you can't say anything about that.
No, I can't. I'm sorry to frustrate you, but I can say that the song's been recorded and it's fantastic, and I'm very excited about it. It's not much, but it's something.
Yes.
You won't have to wait long. That's
Blofeld. I mean, we've got Henry with.
There's only one Blofeld for me, and he's dressed in a mustard suit, and he's sitting right behind me. But I believe. Is it not the case that there is some relationship between the Blofelds and the Flemings? Isn't that...
Yeah, my father and Ian were at school together. and he named a number of his villains after people he didn't particularly get on with at school. Although when he Ernst Stavro and his White Cat appeared for the first time, didn't they, in Thunderball, and Ian and my father exchanged letters very good-humouredly, which I think is still my nephew or my brother have still got. And I met Ian, in fact, in the West Indies on my first honeymoon in Jamaica, and I was staying at the Ocheris at Jamaica Inn, and he rang up because I'd met him in Bulls in London, club belonged to, and he said, come to lunch. We went to lunch, and he told me the lovely story of before lunch we were standing outside Goldeneye, which then was very ramshackle and run down.
Right.
And he said, I don't think I ever told you how Ernst Stavro came into being. And I said, no, you didn't. He said, well, I started to write a book after dinner, having had dinner at home one night. And it became published as Thunderball. He said, I wanted early on evil name, and I couldn't think of one. And he said, I went to bed scratching my head, which isn't always the best way of getting to sleep, and woke up in the morning and still couldn't think of one, and caught a taxi to my club and sat gratefully in a leather armchair, picked up the membership list, and thumbed through it alphabetically looking for an evil name. And when I got to the B's, I was confronted by a phalanx of 3 Blofelds. And he said, in his own words, he said, I slammed the book shut, gave a yelp of delight, ordered a pint of champagne, and never looked back.
That's a fantastic
Well, there
story.
it is.
So you're directly related?
Directly related. My uncle...
To the greatest supervillain in history.
But none of my family have ever owned a white cat, I don't think.
Well, that's just, you know...
But at that lunch,
Right,
I must quickly say before we go on, the principal guest, about 20 people in the garden, was Noel Coward.
Wow.
So that's another story.
That's not a bad series of names to drop, is it?
No, it's not. Could you do another? I mean, it must be such a massive project. This. Could you imagine there is another Bond movie after this one? I know it hasn't come out yet, but...
I said no to the last one and then ended up doing it and was, pilloried by all my friends, including Atherton, who's taken great pleasure in reminding